me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and sound.
York Times calls The Holdovers laugh out loud funny.
Bravo.
It's pure movie magic.
That's glaringly apparent.
The Holdovers, rated R. Stream it now, exclusively on Peacock.
Watch NHL games live on a variety of networks. With YouTube TV, try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together. Uninterrupted videos and an app made just for music. YouTube Premium. One subscription, 2 apps. Try 1 month free.
feel paralyzed.
All right, here we go. How's it going, you guys? Yesterday, Sweden joined NATO, so we're going to talk about that later. But right now, we're going to talk about that and the possible consequences that it could have. And everything. Probably going to go into some other news, but right now we are going to watch a sermon of the week, which my vision is all blurry. It's 1 Corinthians 6:12 through 20. I don't know what's been going on with my vision. It's been real blurry lately, and mainly just when I look at screens, though. It's not blurry when I, if I look at writing, but screens, it just is very blurry. I can't see on the screen. But here we go.
Jim was something that I've never encountered before.
He seemed like a really nice teacher.
All right, we're going to start a game of Risk. It's very loud.
Let's open our Bibles to 1 Corinthians chapter 6. It's where we find ourselves tonight. We're about halfway through the 6th chapter of 1 Corinthians, making our way through this incredibly topic-rich book for Christian living. And again, as we study the church in Corinth, we would be hard-pressed to find any other church in the New Testament that more closely resembles the American church today, and that for a number of reasons, as we're discovering. We remember that Paul is dealing with a church that is experiencing a truckload of problems. The root of all these problems is just a base selfishness, and this selfishness is really showing itself in a number of destructive ways in this church. Okay? And what you had there was, you had these cells of believers, these groups of believers that were gathering around one another and pitting themselves against other groups. And so there were very sharp divisions. I'm of Paul, we're of Apollos. You know, you guys are well aware of that by now. And what Paul's trying to get through to this very thick-headed group is that look,
okay, I'm in the
here's
last
what you
seat.
guys
I'm going to
were
make some alliances
before coming to Christ. Here's the kind of bizarre behavior that you were into, but now you've been washed and sanctified and justified, and so this is what this should look like. You know, Paul is saying that once an individual comes to the saving knowledge of the person and works of Christ, there should be
I think I take
a transformation
South America.
that begins to take place, that there ought to be some evidence or fruit of that person's conversion beginning to manifest itself, beginning to come forth. And that's really, again, what the book of 1 John is all about. And you remember Jesus himself said what? A tree is known by its fruit, right? Now, the process of sanctification, that process of growing and maturing in the Lord, no doubt if you've been walking with the Lord for a number of years, you know this. We know that's the slow work of grace going forth in an individual. That process, no doubt, takes some time. Of course, the Lord gets that. And to me, his patience and his long suffering is one of his attributes that should astonish us all. I know personally I am very, very thankful for God's long suffering and God's patience in my life, for sure. However, having said that, there are certain flagrancies, all right? There are certain things, flagrant things, that should be left at the door of the church when a person comes to the Lord. And the believers here in Corinth had allowed some of these bizarre behaviors to follow them right through the front door of the church and into their lives. Because this base selfishness was just getting in there and getting in the way of growth and messing things up. And the same thing can happen to you and I, guys. We've got to guard our hearts against selfishness. It has a way
Rumble was acting weird.
selfishness does of just getting in there and suspending our growth in the Lord. And more often than not, just leading us in the other direction altogether. Now, the other way this selfishness was manifesting itself that we also saw the last time we were together was these guys were suing one another silly, right? They were hauling each other off to small claims court. And Paul had counseled them and he said, look, don't be airing your dirty laundry out in the courts of the unbelieving world. What you need to do is find some mature believers in the local assembly. You share what's going on with them. You allow them to pass judgment, all right, rather than taking your dirty laundry and the church taking its dirty laundry and hanging it out before the unbelieving world to see what kind of a testimony is that, right? And then Paul said, and this is the part we didn't really like, but even if you don't get your way, even if you've got a dispute with another believer, you've gathered all the spiritual Joes you can, and they all agree with you, but the guy's digging in his heels and he's not budging. Paul's counsel was, in the words of Weird Al Yankovic, right? Just eat it.
What?
All right? Just eat it and go ahead, suffer the wrong, suffer to be defrauded. Clearly, none of you caught the Weird Al Yankovic reference. That's all right. No. God is working. He's in that situation when you're just going to suffer the wrong. He's tending the garden of your heart. He's teaching you spiritual principles. He's got to deal with that other guy in his time. And God, who is the great balancer of the books, he's going to work it out, and it's just going to be fine. Now, beginning in verse 12, where we pick it up tonight, Paul's going to be shifting gears just a bit. But we're still dealing with the ramifications of selfishness here. You remember I told you last week that the sexual sin issue was not just limited to the guy that was excommunicated back in chapter 5, right? But rather this is an issue that the Corinthians are struggling with in general. And tonight we're going to discover some bizarre justification, some bizarre.
I think I go into North
in
America.
the sins that they're engaging
in South Australia.
Of a nature. Now, to get to that, we need to know a little bit
After
about
that
the Grecian
move,
culture. All right. Today, we live in a culture that is very body conscious. Do we not? We're always conscious of our bodies. I mean, we're all on diets, right? Or we're or we're between diets, okay? Plastic surgery in this country, I don't know if you knew this, but is a $10 billion a year industry in this country. We've got implants for every body part there is, and we're just very into the body. Now, in the Grecian culture, they were into the body as well, but it looked a lot different. To the Greeks, they viewed the body as a prison, all right? It was a necessary evil. The Greek gods could care less about the body. Go do what you want with your body. Do whatever you want there. The gods just didn't care. Now, because of that, two schools of thought had developed or emerged in the Grecian culture.
I bet that Purple
and they
is
centered
pissed
around
right
how
now.
to get your body to shut up and leave you alone, all right? How do I order my life in such a way that my body is not perpetually making demands upon my attention? Now, one school of thought called Epicureanism was that you just indulge your body. You give your body whatever it wants, just give it what it wants, and it'll shut up and leave you alone for a while.
Oh, man, I'm starting to get a fucking retinal migraine again. Why? I want to know what blue is doing.
And so they taught that it was totally acceptable to just hand the body over to every conceivable lust you could think of and that there was. Archaeologically, we've discovered some interesting things about this culture. They had these vomitoriums. Yes, you heard me right, okay? People would go into these banquet halls and they would just pound down the food until they could not eat anymore. Then they would sort of waddle their way out of the banquet hall, and right there outside the exit doors were these purging pits or these vomitoriums. And so they would go out and do their deal there, I don't know, hopefully rinse out their mouth, and they'd go right back in and pound down some more food. I mean, anybody see the movie Stand By Me? Any hands? Yeah, all right, a few of you. The Barfarama scene in Stand By Me had nothing on these guys, all right? So they just gave themselves over to this stuff. Now, the other school of thought was called Stoicism, and these guys, the idea was asceticism, okay? In this school of thought, the only way the body is going to leave you alone is to starve the body of its passions. And so these guys would sleep on hard floors, and they wouldn't use pillows or blankets, and they would just eat the bare minimum. And you could, the idea was you could just simply shut the body up by not paying any attention to it. Okay? Now, guess which school of thought had more followers? All right? Now, this here in the Corinthian believers, this is a group of people that though they confess Christ, this was their culture, and they've been feeding the passions of the flesh. And in the middle of all this, confronting all this, is the guy that started the church in the first place, the Apostle Paul. And you look at this, and he's the guy that's got to confront all this, and you wonder, what kind of guy do you think Paul was? You know, you would think Paul was a rules and regulations kind of a guy, right? I mean, we remember that the Gospels tell us he was, in the book of Acts tell us as well, tells us he was the Pharisee of Pharisees, right? I mean, prior to his experience on the Damascus Road. So you would think Paul is a don't do this, don't do that, don't taste this, don't touch that kind of guy, right? Not the case. Notice as we dig in tonight, picking it up in verse 12. So chapter 6, verse 12, all things are lawful for me, but not all things are profitable. All things are lawful for me, but I will not be mastered by anything. There's really two parts to this verse. Let's look at them one at a time. All things are lawful to me, but not all things are profitable. Now, many of us have this tension in our minds, do we not, between the Old Testament and the New Testament. We're aware of the law, but we're aware of grace as well, and we just struggle sometimes to reconcile, the law and grace in our day-to-day Christian walk, right? And as far as I can see it, we have here in verse 12 of 1 Corinthians chapter 6, one of the greatest verses in the entire New Testament on practical Christian living, okay? And I think a proper understanding of what the apostle is asserting here is going to go a very long way towards relieving some of that tension between law and grace, between the old and the new. So we would do well to really unpack this verse. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get after it. And the issue that's front and center here, by the way, is the Christian's liberty, the Christian's freedom. Now, think about how broad the brush is that Paul is painting with here. All things are lawful to me. All things is a lot of things, is it not? And he's saying all things are lawful, but then he quickly says, but not all things are profitable. You might have expedient or beneficial there. All things are lawful for me, but they're not expedient or profitable or beneficial. Now, there are people that will, from time to time, ask the question, can I do thus and such and still be saved? Right? And maybe that's a good question for a young Christian that's starting to learn the ropes, and maybe that's coming from a good place in their heart. But then you've always got those people in the church that they just want to know where the corral ends, all right? I mean, how close can I get before I'm officially outside of the flock of God? How close to the edge of the proverbial cliff can I get before I officially fall off? And they're always wondering, well, if I do this and I do that, am I going to lose my salvation? But that's the wrong question. All right? The right question is what I am about to do or thinking about doing, how is that going to bring forth benefit to me? Okay? The question isn't, if I do this, am I going to lose my salvation? The question Paul is saying is what I'm about to do, how is that going to benefit me? Because really, guys, I mean, what could you possibly do tomorrow by way of behavior that would cause you to lose your salvation? I mean, what could you possibly do tomorrow that God would say, oh, sorry about that one, man. You're out, and you're out for good. That's the one sin that the blood of my son doesn't cover. Now, out into outer darkness with you. Right? I mean, Paul is saying, he's saying, guys, I can go out there and I can get involved in all sorts of activity. I could do some things that might make a number of you blush, and I would still be okay as it concerns my salvation. And yet I understand here that not everything that I involve myself in is going to produce spiritual benefit in my life. Listen, guys, the question, again, consider a thing is not, am I going to lose my salvation? The question is this thing going to expedite me further down the path of becoming more like Christ? Okay? And so I have to realize, as a maturing brother or sister in the Lord, I have to get this, that the appetites of my flesh will always leave me unsatisfied. We have to realize that everything that you are craving for today, everything that you just have to have, is eventually going to leave you dissatisfied. Go out and build your dream house, right? People say, well, I love my house. I love waking up in my house. I love coming home to my house. Give it some time. It'll eventually begin to lose its sizzle, right? I mean, you're going to be repainting the great room and picking out new drapes for the living room, and it's going to eventually leave you dissatisfied.
I think red wins here.
Or you got to have this car. Man, if you don't have this car, life just isn't worth living. So you go out and you buy the car, you love the smell of the car, that new car scent, and man, this car is awesome. And maybe that blows your hair back for a year or two. But then a couple of grocery cart dings later, somebody rear end.
Hey.
What did you figure out?
What?
What did you figure out? You said you were going to call them people.
I did. They, I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do yet. Oh man, my eyes are all blurry, so I can't really focus. Yeah. But, yeah, they said that I can't just pay for the extra part.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How much was it?
I don't know. They didn't say.
What company is it?
I'd have to look it up. I'd have to look at it.
Look it up and text that to me.
Okay.
Alright. Alrighty.
Alright.
Talk to you later. I'm just curious. Alright, bye.
Bye.
Ends you. Now you're not taking that car to the car wash every week, are you? It stinks of Taco Bell, and eventually it's going to wind up in a junkyard where its only visitors are mice and birds in a weed-choked field. Right? I mean, everything loses its edge, and that is the nature of the appetites of the flesh. That is exactly why Christ said in John chapter 4, Write this down, John 4:13 in your study guide. That's why
My
Christ said,
vision
if you
is-
drink of this water, you will thirst again. John 4:13. And he was speaking there of the inability of the temporary passions of this world to really satisfy us. Now, John 4:13, I'll tell you what, you plug anything into that verse. Chuck Smith said, hey, plug anything into John 14 and it's going to ring true. If you drink of this, go ahead and plug whatever you want in there, all right? You will thirst again. So here I am, I'm asking myself, can I do this? Can I do that? Can I have this? Can I buy that and still be saved? I have to realize two things. Number one, it will eventually leave me dissatisfied. And number two, not everything that I can involve myself in is going to move me further down the path of Christ-likeness. So the question isn't whether it's legal or lawful, so to speak, but is it profitable to me? All right? Now, second part of the verse is where the rubber really hits the road in our text tonight, because this is where, you know, we get this concept of Christian freedom and what that means and what it doesn't mean. From time to time, you'll hear a brother or sister in the Lord, particularly those who seek to justify some behavior, you'll hear them say things like, look, just back off, man, right? I'm exercising my Christian freedom. I mean, all things are lawful. Quit judging me. I'm confident in what Christ has done for me. I'm free. Just back off. And there's a degree of truth to that. Christ has indeed died for every possible infraction in the person's life, past, present, and future. Man, that is all true, no doubt. Great news. That's why we call it the gospel. And we are free in that sense that Christ came and through his sinless life kept the law perfectly and then died on our behalf because we couldn't. So we don't have to keep the law that Christ already kept to get to heaven. But nowhere does the Bible teach that our freedom from having to keep the law to be saved. Nowhere does the Bible teach that our freedom is some kind of license to engage in sin. In fact, Paul tells the Romans, speaking of the Christians' freedom from the law, Paul tells the Romans, he says, well, what shall we say then? Shall I go ahead and sin more that grace may all the more abound? Well, absolutely not. May it never be. You're missing the point. Look, here's the deal right here in the second part of this verse. He says here, all things are lawful for me, but I will not be brought under the power of anything. Okay? Love the King James there. Or you might have, all things are lawful for me, but I won't be mastered or dominated or overpowered by anything. Now, people who seek to rationalize sin under this cloak of Christian freedom, well, I'm not dominated by this thing, man. Just back off. Well, maybe not yet. Because you see, friends, sin does two things. It takes you where you don't want to go, and it keeps you there longer than you want to stay. Let me say that again about sin. It takes you where you don't want to go, and it keeps you longer than you want to stay. Mm-hmm. So maybe the person isn't dominated yet by that thing that they want to dabble in. And maybe they're not going to lose their salvation over it, but I'm going to tell you two things that are going to happen. And I would love for you to write these two things down.
Oh, man.
Okay?
Why is it that every
Christian,
single... The last 2 days, right when I start streaming, I get this. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Oh.
You're not going to go to hell, all right? Your salvation is secure. But when you sin, I'll tell you two things that will happen. You will destroy your defenses, number one, and you will be robbed of your treasure.
Okay, it's going
two.
away. Whew.
Okay? Let me say that again.
It makes
When
me
you
feel
sin as a
anxious
Christian,
when it happens,
yes,
too.
Yes, you're forgiven by the blood of Christ. You're not hell-bound. But when you sin as a Christian, two things will happen. You will destroy your defenses, and you will be robbed of your treasure. You will destroy your defenses because the Bible teaches that what? Repeated sin has the effect of searing the conscience, right? First time you offended, your conscience, First time you offended your conscience, it was difficult. The second time, it wasn't so hard, right? The third time, easier still. Fourth and fifth and sixth time, now you're approaching routine, and suddenly your defenses have collapsed. You've destroyed your defenses. So don't be patting sin on the back just because you're free, all right? The Bible is very clear that repeated sin can sear the conscience. Paul tells Timothy that idea of 1 Timothy 4. So that's the one thing. Now the treasure you will be robbed of, this is number 2, all right?
All right.
The treasure you will be robbed of is your fellowship with God. And man, some of us need to get this. Again, your sin does not rob you of salvation, but it robs you of your fellowship with God for a period of time, right? And by the way, that's how you really know you're a Christian, because when you do sin, and we all do, 1 John 1:8, he who says he is without sin deceives himself. Hopefully we're growing in that. But that's kind of how you know you're a Christian, that when you sin, it bums
Is
you out.
purple going to bot out? No.
That's a surefire sign you are under the dominion of the Holy Spirit. When you sin and it wrecks your heart, why did I do that to my Lord? And that sin, it just, you're saved. It doesn't break your salvation, but it does break your fellowship for a period of time. It just gets in there and interrupts that abiding. That peace just leaves you. And the freedom to breathe before God with a dirty conscience has now been robbed. And it's what the Bible calls in 2 Corinthians 7, godly sorrow that leads to repentance. Okay? I mean, if you really love the Lord and you're a human being, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Right? That broken fellowship, man, it just wrecks your heart for a little while. Whether it's an hour or a day or whatever. And thank God, Lamentations 3:23, that God's mercies are new every morning. I can't tell you how many times I've banked upon that verse. I'm banking upon it today. All right? So sinning does not break your salvation, but it does break your fellowship and your peace and your communion and that joy in the Lord for a period of time.
I'm surprised no one
it's not
accepted
going to
my
send you to hell because Christ died for
request.
that, but it's going to mess up your defenses, and it's going to rob you of your treasure of fellowship and peace in Him. Okay? And so the idea here is, what really is Christian freedom? Now, the Corinthians had a very false view of Christian freedom, and they used 2 arguments to try to defend their sensuality. Okay?
That's what I wanted.
Corinthians used 2 arguments to defend their sensuality. One of them was, all things are lawful for me. That's why Paul's putting this in here. This was a popular phrase in Corinth, but again, very false view of Christian freedom. Listen, we have not been set free in order to enter into a new kind of bondage. We have not been set free to come into a new kind of bondage. When you come under the power of some vice that you think you're free to dabble with, you're not free at all. You become a slave to that vice.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go all the way to the extreme wall to make a point. It's like this. You know, you hear people say, oh, I'm free because I can do whatever I want. I'm free. I can smoke what I want, drink what I want, sleep with whoever I want. But in reality, they are not free. They are slaves to their own flesh, being led about as a slave by their appetites. That's not freedom. It's funny how the kingdom of God inverts the view of the view held by the world, doesn't it? Those things that people think they're free to do, they actually become slaves to. And they're led about as a slave to the appetite of their flesh.
What is purple
now,
doing?
God has given us freely all things to enjoy, but He has not given us freely all things to enjoy in order that we would become a slave or servant to it or them. So the question is, yes, I can do all things. Yes, I can get involved in all things. But the question is, will it benefit me? Will it put me more on the path of being like Christ? Or is it something that's going to destroy my defense and plunder my treasure? Okay? Now, we've got a great example of this in the Old Testament. In fact, it's in the Old Testament twice, 2 Kings 14, 2 Chronicles 25. Here you've got Israel. They're going through a civil war much like what we had, and they had divided themselves into the north and the south. Many of you know about that civil war in the Old Testament. They had the northern kingdom in the southern kingdom. Two different nations, two different administrations. The 10 tribes to the north had retained the name Israel, and the 2 tribes in the south, Judah and Benjamin, became known as the nation of Judah, primarily because Judah was the predominant tribe there. Now, there was a young guy by the name of Amaziah, cool name, a young guy by the name of Amaziah that came to power in Judah, just a kid, 25 years old. Amaziah's father had been the victim of a political assassination. So the first thing that Amaziah did when he came to power was to just pour out vengeance upon these people that killed his dad. He wiped all these guys out. He had a little victory there. He sort of 1-0, you know, as a new king of Judah. Well, then after that, he launches an attack in a place called the Valley of Salt against the nation of Edom, and he wipes out 20,000 guys there. Huge victory. So now you've got this young, hungry guy, and he's undefeated, right? He's 2-0. Pride cometh before the fall. And so he's a little bit puffed up, and he decides now, I'm going to send a message to the northern kingdom, because he feels he's ready for the majors, right? He's going to take over. He's 2-0. He's going to take over all of Israel. So he sends a message to King Jehoash of the northern kingdom, and he says, look, you, me, on the battlefield. Now, Jehoash, in his wisdom, sends a letter back to Amaziah and says, you know, that's great that God's given you some victory, and, you know, it's wonderful, some things that, you know, the Lord's doing down there in Judah, but you need to know something, little camper. Now, I understand you're a little puffed up, but you come messing with me, it's an entirely different ball game than you had over there in Edom. You come up here, son, I am going to hand you your lunch. I'm going to thump you good. I think you probably ought to stay home. Love, King Jehoash. And then Jehoash said the profound thing at the end of the deal. He said, why do you want to meddle to your own harm? And that's a tremendous question that you and I should be asking ourselves from time to time, right? Why do I want to mess around with something that is only going to produce my own harm? Well, as the story goes, Amaziah didn't pay attention, led his armies to the north, and Jehoash did what Jehoash said he was going to do, and he handed him his lunch. He thumped him good. But he didn't stop there.
Oh, is Green gonna fucking
Then he captures Amaziah on the battlefield, takes him back to his old stomping grounds in Jerusalem.
I didn't even think about that.
And there Jehoash did 2 things, which I pray if you've been paying attention, you're going to recognize. Jehoash did 2 things to Amaziah. He destroyed the city's defenses, and he robbed them of their treasure. He destroyed their defenses. He knocked out over 600 feet of the wall of Jerusalem. Then he went into their treasury and stole all their gold and silver. Moral of the story, you start messing around with something you shouldn't be messing with, your defenses will be destroyed and your treasure will be robbed. And the very same thing will happen to you and me when we start saying, oh, I've got my Christian liberty and, you know, all things are lawful to me. Back off. You start messing, not all things are profitable. You start messing around in certain areas that you shouldn't be messing around in, it will destroy your defenses and it will rob you of your treasury. And you stay on that road long enough, man, you're under an entirely new kind of bondage, and we have not been set free to come into bondage to anything, friends. And so Paul is saying, yeah, man, go out there and do all that stuff, and you probably won't lose your salvation, but the real issue is, are you going to be free? Are you going to benefit from this thing in some way? Or are you going to come under the bondage of the very thing you think you're free to mess with? So the Corinthians here, their first argument to rationalize their sin was, well, all things are lawful. Their second argument now is what we discover, picking it up in verse 13. Let's look at 13 and 14. Now, this is a popular phrase that Paul is quoting here at the first part of the verse, and then he's going to interject his deal. Well, food is for the stomach, and stomach is for the food, the Corinthians would say, okay? But God will do away with both of them, Paul says. Yet the body is not for immorality, but for the Lord, and the Lord is for the body. Verse 14, now God has not only raised the Lord, but he will also raise us up through his power. Okay?
I hope
Now,
grain
underline
doesn't,
that word
I mean, not
immorality
grain,
again. In
white
verse
doesn't
13,
have a
you might have
trade.
sexual immorality there. Again, we've got that word porneia. We've dealt with that the last couple of times. It's where we get our word pornography from. Now, sexuality then is the subject or the sin here in view for the rest of the chapter, okay? And again, remember the sexual sin was not limited to the guy. These guys right through the front door of the church. And so their second argument was, the first one was, well, all things are
Okay, cool. OBS reconnected. Whew.
lawful. The second one is, well, food is for the stomach and the stomach. Hey man, food is for the body and body is for food, and so it is with our sensuality, all right? It's just a biological reaction. It's no different from eating. Sleeping around is like going to another restaurant. That's all it is. It's just biology here. Has nothing to do with God. And Paul is saying, wrong, thanks for playing. Not so with our Lord. What you are not understanding, Corinthians, Paul says, is that the Lord's purposes for our body are eternal. All right, the Lord is going to raise this body up, verse 14. Now, he's really going to unpack this for you guys very, very fully in chapter 15 when we get there, where he talks about the resurrection. He talks about how our bodies are going to be transformed and changed, talks about our heavenly bodies. Going to be an awesome study, all right? But for our purposes here, listen, God's purpose for your body, it's not just this 75-year window we're living in if you make the actuarial tables, all right? But God's purpose for your body is in reality an eternal purpose. Paul wrote to the Philippians, he said, our citizenship is in heaven, and we do wait for our Lord, and he will transform our lowly body like unto his glorious body. Philippians 2, 20, 21. God's purpose for your body is eternal. All right? That is reality whether you subscribe to it or not. And again, we'll spend an entire lesson on that when we get an entire lesson just on that topic when we get to chapter 15. For purposes of our context here, Paul is saying when you are involved in sexual sin, man, it goes way, way deeper than simple biology, or releasing the pressure on a gland, all right? It goes way deeper than that. There is a deep spiritual connection here. Just what is that spiritual connection? Let's look now, verse 15. All right, do you not know that your bodies are members of Christ? Underline the word members there. This is huge. Shall I then take away the members of Christ and make them members of a prostitute? May it never be. Verse 16. Or do you not know, and this is mind-blowing for you Bible students, you're going to get some revelation here. Or do you not know that the one who joins himself to a prostitute is one body, is one flesh with her, for he says the two shall become one flesh. You thought that was just married people. Wrong. All right?
I actually
Verse 17, but the one who joins himself to the Lord is one spirit with him. Guys, this is staggering. The Lord said to Adam in the Garden of Eden, hey, you're going to know your wife, all right? And you're going to be called, you're going to become one flesh. Now, we kind of like to spiritualize that a little bit, right? Oh, my one flesh, and we're just soulmates, and we like to kind of wax that up a little bit, I guess, but this one flesh action that the Bible talks about speaks primarily to the physical experience of sexual union. Okay? How do we know that? Well, apart from the Genesis account, Paul just told you that in verse 16. All right? And the implication here is staggering. Do you not know that the one who joins himself to a prostitute is one flesh with her? And then he quotes Genesis, the two shall become one flesh. You didn't become one flesh with your spouse when you walked down the aisle at a church or the city county building and the state said it was okay. That's not when you became one flesh. The Word of God says you become one flesh with a person when you are joined with them physically. Now, of course, there's a whole lot more to that physical connection going on in the spiritual realm that is lost upon you and I. But Paul is beginning to unpack this a little bit for us, okay? Paul is saying, listen, we are members of Christ. I had you underline that. We are members of Christ. We are spiritually part of his very body. And so when we go outside the boundaries of marriage and become one flesh with another person, we are dragging Christ into that. This is huge, guys. Listen, Paul is saying we are part of Christ's body, and when we link ourselves physically with another human being, we who are a part of Christ are then therefore linking Christ to that person as well. So when these guys were having sex with prostitutes, Paul's saying they're dragging Christ into that garbage, that they're actually linking Christ to a prostitute. And that's what has the apostles so torqued off here. They don't recognize the depth of what they're subjecting their Christ to. We are members of Christ. It's not just me in the room with this prostitute, is it? I'm dragging Christ in there, man. That ought to sober you. At the end of the day, Paul is telling these guys who are using the services of prostitutes, look, you want to blow the fantasy, guys? Realize that Christ is with you, all right? Realize that you are linking Jesus Christ with a harlot. It is not just you and her in the room. You are pulling Jesus Christ into all this garbage with you. You are part of his body. And when you go into that dark hall or that dark room or that dark sin, you are taking Christ in there with you.
I can't believe that they're letting me hold this.
So I think that people, and we're going to talk about how the sexual sin is a little bit different here, all right, in a minute. But I think that people who go out and just sort of, sleep with whoever they want kind of willy-nilly, I think there's going to be a real degree of severity to the price that they will pay for that in the eternal realm. How do I know that? Let's keep reading.
Son, I
Paul is telling us we are members of Christ, and when we are linking ourselves with these things that we shouldn't be linking ourselves to, we are dragging
Unless
Christ
if he gets that 1v2.
Finally tonight, Paul's counsel then,
that
2v1, 18, and he expands here for us why this particular sin
don't get
isn't
it.
quite
Don't get
like
it. Yes.
in a sense. All right, let's look at
now.
verse
Don't trade.
18. All right, flee.
Give me
immorality.
4.
There's his counsel. Run.
I think he's trading.
Every other sin that a man commits is outside the body. So here, Paul's making a dichotomy. You've got sins. These are sins that are outside the body. But this particular sin is something that is inside. You're sinning against your body. Let's read this again. Flee immorality. Every other sin that a man commits is outside the body, but the immoral man sins against his own body. Or do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit who is in you,
I almost just want to kill Red,
from
but
God, and that you
that's
are
not smart.
Your own? For you have been bought with a price. Therefore, what does a temple do? Glorify God in your body. Well, first of all, notice his counsel was flee. All right, he gives Timothy the same counsel in the pastoral epistles as well. He says, you run. All right? And you don't stop running until the danger is past. Now, remember, being tempted is not a sin. It is not a sin to be tempted. It is only sin when you give in to the temptation. You can hardly go through a grocery store aisle without being tempted by all that garbage on the shelves, right? It's not a sin to be tempted. It is a sin to give in to the temptation. If you find yourself in a situation where you are tempted to compromise, don't argue, don't justify, don't rationalize, but you run, Forrest. All right? And you don't stop running until the danger is past. Get out of there. It was like Joseph. You remember Genesis 39. You've got Joseph and Potiphar's wife is coming on to him. What does he do? He runs. She grabs onto his robe. I don't know if he was wearing boxers underneath that bad boy or not, but she takes the robe, and maybe Joseph's out there in the buff. I don't know, but he's running, and maybe that gets him into more trouble. I don't know. But you know, you run, Forrest, and you get out of there. Paul is saying that, yes, sin is sin. Okay, sin is sin.
Don't get
but
it,
all
don't
these
get it.
sins, other sins
Yes!
are outside the body, but sin that is of a sexual nature, it is touching us at our core. It is taking place at the very deepest level. It is going deep down within our psyche. And I think this is why when you see somebody that struggles with an unusual sense of low self-esteem, or they don't feel
Give it
like
to
they're
me.
worth the dirt that they're standing on, or if they go through some kind of unexplained breakdown, I think chances are more times than not that they have either been violated at some point along the line, or they have given themselves over to sexual sin. And listen, tune in here. We have not been designed, right? We have not been wired or created to process that kind of guilt, to feel that sense of shame before the Lord. We have been wired to process that. And I think that this guilt from sins of this nature, it has just weird ways of working itself out of our lives, because we weren't designed to feel that. And you look at how many people are in prison today, and you see how many of them have been messed with as kids, you realize something of a very deep nature takes place within a human being when this part of us is messed with.
Oh!
And so what Paul is trying to show them here is that, look, when you mess around with this area, this sexual area, man, this is something that needs to be handled with great care, because it has potentially devastating and lasting effects upon a human being. We were not wired to process this kind of deviance. And because we weren't, man, it really wrecks us, and it works itself out in very, very odd ways. And then Paul goes on to say, hey, guys, guess what? You're also messing with something holy there, okay? Because your body is now the temple of the Holy Spirit. Bible students, you know this, right? Under the Old Covenant, Old Testament, before Christ came, God would come and he would dwell in
Hopefully
a
he
temple,
doesn't have a
and there he would make his presence and
trade.
his glory felt within the camp of Israel. But now, because Christ came and died and rose again for our sins, now, because our bodies have been purified by the blood of Christ, our body is now where the Spirit of God comes and dwells. We are now the temples on wheels, so to speak. All right? And so Paul's point to these guys is, look, you're the temple of God now. It's not a building, all right? It's not a tabernacle. When you dwell with a prostitute, guess what?
Oh!
Well, you're probably not going to bring her into church, right? Probably wouldn't bring a prostitute into the church, Corinthians, or gosh, I guess that would be pretty callous. And yet, what does it really matter? What's the difference, Paul's saying? You're the temple now, not the church building. And because your body is a temple, what is the purpose of the temple? The glorification and the worship of God. It is not for the purpose that I might satisfy my every whim and desire in the here and now. The purpose of my temple isn't the here and now. Again, the Lord's purpose for our body, got to get this, it is eternal. And we'll really unpack that in chapter 15. Now, in closing, what I want
really
to
sucks.
get us to continue to see and to meditate upon here is the Lord's eternal purpose for us. And then I would like to close with a prayer for spiritual healing for those who have been touched by this. And all of us, I think, have in this society have been to some degree, right? Even maybe if we're not experiencing the kind of devastation that comes from a flagrant violation in this area or being violated, I think to some degree we all struggle with this. So I want to pray for healing there. Now, before we do that, again, eternal. Our purpose is eternal. Our bodies and
I need to go
spirits
to the
and
bathroom real quick. Thank you. Let's
souls,
continue this.
God's purpose for them is eternal. And man, we have got to continue to meditate upon that. Get the lesson from last week if you missed it.
I am having a good stream. Thank you.
Prior to coming to Christ, what did we base our decisions upon? What, a 75-year window? Again, if we live to be 75, we've met the actuarial tables. Everything else is just gravy, right? And so we make our decisions based upon these 75 years. We've got our 10-year plan. We've got our 20-year plan. And we make decisions from that perspective. I mean, what's this going to do for my retirement? And can I retire at 61 or 62 instead of 65? And we make our decisions from that perspective. Now, if I were to take a peek inside, if you're older, your Franklin Day Planner. If you're younger, your smartphone app. If I was to take a peek inside there, chances are you don't have a 1,000-year plan in there, do you? Because you know you're not going to be here in 1,000 years. But in reality, not in the temporal smokescreen that we live in now, but in reality, as a child of God, God's plans and God's purposes for our lives.
There we go.
Do run into the thousands and millions of years. It does run into eternity. Therefore, I have to judge my decision making based upon what is going to be the eternal effect. Is it profitable to me? Is it going to make me more like unto the image of Christ? Or am I going to damage my defenses and allow my treasure to be plundered? Like old Amaziah. Now, maybe some of us were messed with as kids, and maybe we've been violated in this area. Or maybe we've given ourselves over to sexual sin at some point in our lives. Maybe we were ensnared in pornography or whatever. Maybe we've allowed things to get in there that just shouldn't have got in there, and we just need to be healed of that.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't like to talk about that stuff. We want to put it away. We want to hide it in a corner. And we don't want to subject that to He who says, I am the light of the world. Come to me, all you who are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Peter tells us, quoting the prophet Isaiah, by his stripes we are healed. And that's an eternal healing, okay? And I believe that the healing work of the Lord can take place in your life even as we go to prayer tonight. And then get with a brother or sister over the course of the next couple of weeks and talk this through a little bit. Maybe you don't want to address it, but there's healing available. James 5:16 says, confess your sins to one another. Not so you're going to be saved, that's God's gig, but confess your sins to one another, James 5:16, in order that you may be healed, okay? So I want to pray for that. I want to seek the Lord's healing touch and cleansing touch in our lives, because this is something that can really work itself out very difficultly, okay? And it doesn't have to be that way. Let's pray together. And Christians, if you haven't been fortunate enough not to get touched by this too heavily, would you please pray in agreement with us as we go here? The Spirit of the Lord is upon us. Let's pray. Well, Heavenly Father, God, I just thank you for your Son, Lord. And I thank you for all that you are, God. You said that you have come to set free those who are captive, to proclaim liberty to those who are ensnared. And God, I pray that a number of us, most of us, at some level have been touched by this arena of sexual sin. And I pray that your Spirit would go deep and do a cleansing and a real healing work in our hearts, God. That you would cause our identity not to be grounded in who we were or what happened to us or what we involved ourselves in, but God, cause our identity to be grounded in you, that we are forgiven sons of the Lord. And Lord, your word says that you don't even remember, you don't even recognize. The sin is as far as the east is from the west. It is gone, covered. And for us to look upon that any differently is to trample underfoot the blood of the cross. We're saying, if we don't trust you, God, that you're not enough. And we know that you are. So I pray that you would just cause us to just subject everything to you, God, and just to give it all to you. There is no dark cavern or corner in our hearts that you cannot come into and shed abroad the light and the love and the grace of Christ. And Lord, I pray now that you would just release your Spirit, come into these hearts, do that cleansing work, do that illuminating work, heal us emotionally, God, make us whole. And by faith, we're going to appropriate that this week, God. And for the rest of us, help us to understand true Christian freedom. That all things are lawful for us, and praise you that your Son came and cleared the bar that we could never clear. But not all things are going to make us, Father, more into the image of your Son. And you have eternal rewards for us that we don't want to sacrifice. Though we have our Christian freedom, God, help us not to use that to come into bondage to a totally new thing that we think we're free for. Help us to treasure and value our fellowship and our abiding and our just walking with you and crying out to you and you being there for us as our perfect high priest, knowing everything that we've gone through. God, help us to value and treasure that fellowship with you and not to destroy our defenses and not to have that plundered. Thank you for your grace, God. And we just pray that you would work in us now. Help us to become the men and women you desire us to be. You have so much for us. Help us to be free. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Everybody said, Amen. All right.
All right, I think I take Australia this turn. Even though I don't like Australia. Man, I don't know what's been going on with my migraines. I used to never have migraines. The truth about Tumblr versus 4chan. I kind of want to see this.
Recently, and for no reason at all, I asked Mint Mobile's legal team if big wireless companies are allowed to raise prices due to inflation. They said yes. And then when I asked if raising prices technically violates those onerous 2-year contracts, they said, "What the f are you talking about, you insane Hollywood ass? Do you know how big their legal department is, face?" So to recap, Mint is actually lowering prices on every plan to just $15 a month. And I will stay the hell out of the legal department.
friends, before we begin, a word about my Patreon. In case you did not know, I am making very silly Patreon exclusive videos. I have gotten lost in the Toronto path. I have baked a cake out of tofu. I have vlogged my piercings. I have given a highly requested tour of my bookshelf. And you can watch all of those videos and more nonsense that I come up with in the future for the low, low price of $2 a month over on Patreon. Link in the description below. Hello friends, and welcome to another video. Today we are having a very important history lesson. You see, it was not so long ago that our beloved social media sites were at war. The year 2014. Tumblr versus 4chan. The sensitive snowflake SJWs versus the edgy anti-feminists. Tumblr and 4chan seem like obvious enemies in this way, but actually a lot of people who have followed the war between them as outsiders have seen Tumblr and 4chan as almost kindred spirits. They've seen Tumblr and 4chan as two equally extreme sides that they could all just laugh at. Extremely online teenage girls who think lizard should be a gender, and extremely online teenage boys who think it's cool to say slurs. They're opposites, but also the same in a way. And I do agree, they have a lot in common. Tumblr and 4chan are both sites with very strong senses of identity, very territorial user bases, what some have gone as far as to label internet nationalism, and both sites have been
internet
commercial
nationalism
failures because of those extreme user bases. Tumblr and 4chan both revolve around this idea that the anonymity their sites allow empower users to express their true selves, that anonymous online communities are more free and more authentic. However, Tumblr and 4chan have a key ideological difference regarding how they believe those free online communities should naturally be. In For Tumblr's Divorce, revisiting the online culture wars through the 2014 Tumblr 4chan raids, Sal Hagen investigates it as a microcosm for feminist, anti-feminist, SJW, anti-SJW hatred in the 2010s, and a relevant predecessor to Gamergate and other more well-known clashes. And I personally think he totally nails that ideological difference between Tumblr and 4chan in his article. 4chan believes that the internet is a hard, scary, masculine place, not for sensitive little girls. If anything goes online, then people naturally are going to say the most shocking, bigoted, horrible things they can, whereas Tumblr is built around this idea that the internet can be used as a safe space for bigotry, to spread knowledge, to platform diverse voices, and have interesting discussions. Not to say that 4chan has never had a constructive discussion and Tumblr has never invented new and insane ways to harass people. They absolutely have. But if we look at the overarching trends, Tumblr and 4chan have a lot in common in that they are both very territorial, niche internet communities. But they fundamentally disagree about how those niche internet communities should behave. I dare say, we have on our hands a perfect recipe for enemies. The first battle in this war was fought way back in the year 2010, and I'm gonna take you there. But first, a word from today's sponsor, Audible. Audible is the world's leader in audio entertainment. They've got audiobooks, podcasts, Audible originals, and more. I know for a fact that you guys enjoy sitting back and listening to a good story, because you're here on the 2-hour-long videos about 20-year-old fanfiction drama channel. Whether you're looking for escapism, or to educate yourself about something, or to learn a new skill, Audible's got you covered. I personally listen to a lot of science fiction, fantasy, and horror. I've recently listened to Babel by R.F. Kuang, and I highly recommend. Audiobooks are my favorite hack for keeping up with new releases and favorite authors of mine, because it's just so convenient. I can listen anytime. I usually do while I'm doing my boring household chores or commuting to school. An Audible membership will give you access to their massive, ever-growing collection of audiobooks, podcasts, Audible originals, and more. And new members can try it out for free, so make sure you head on over to audible.com/strangeeons or text strangeeons to 500-500. And now, I return you to your regularly scheduled content. Let us now begin our history lesson with the meme war of 2010. In 2010, memes were not the memes that we have today. Because today a meme can be almost anything, a image, a video, text, a phrase, or even just a word. A meme is just like any sort of repeated joke. Whereas in 2010, a meme was a very specific type of image. There was a handful of popular templates, usually involving top text, bottom text in impact font. There was motivational posters. There was like the troll face and the rage face and those other like internet stick figure reaction guys. The language of memes was very specific and distinct. Whereas now it's like we've returned to the true definition of the word meme, which is just a thing that is repeated. Anyway, shh, we go back. I'm taking you back. The year is 2010. And it is a simpler time. Think about all the 2010 memes. 4chan's B-board was a big producer of memes. Memes which they considered essential to the culture of their site. 4chan created the Rickroll, they created lolcats, these really huge internet memes, which in some cases are still used today. So they absolutely were deserving of their reputation as like this scientific and cultural hub of memes. Now, despite the fact that the entire purpose of a meme is to be shared, 4chan took great offense, probably because they were bored, to the fact that some of their memes were being reposted on Tumblr and gaining a lot of popularity there. Early little Tumblr users couldn't possibly understand their huge brain memes and deserved to suffer the consequences for meme theft. And this was no empty threat. By 2010, 4chan already had this reputation in the mainstream for being like these fearsome hackers. They had taken on celebrities, they had taken on the Church of Scientology. Obviously today, 4chan is known for like sad incels and white supremacists and just right-wing weirdos and conspiracy theorists of all variety. But pre-2010, 4chan almost represented this kind of rebellious and radical potential that the internet had, hacktivism, and a lot of people thought they were scary, but a little bit cool. Like, everyone can kind of get behind dunking on Scientology, right? I actually spoke to 2 former 4chan users last night in my Patreon Discord server, and they kind of clarified for me that it's not quite accurate to equate 4chan, or around 2010 era 4chan with hacktivism. 4chan sort of incidentally did activism a few times, but the fundamental thing for them was always being anti-authority. So if old musicians and celebrities were getting uppity about music piracy in the 2000s, which they were, 4chan was going to take them on about that.
Well, it was also where, like, Anonymous started, the hacker group.
Can get behind that cause. But then in the 2010s, when BuzzFeed feminism and social justice started getting trendy, 4chan also perceived that as an authority that was trying to take away their free speech, and resolved to say as many slurs as possible forever.
Based.
So, but at the heart of it is always this kind of core anti-authority value that they have. Anyway, there's a reason why pre-2010 is considered like the golden age of 4chan. Everything was kind of downhill post-2010, and 4chan users will often be the first people to bemoan that. So, in November of 2010, 4chan planned Operation Overload, their attack against Tumblr for their meme theft crimes. They made Tumblr accounts and began spamming popular tags with gory and shocking images, as well as 4chan memes and malware, aiming to infect Tumblr users' computers and use them to launch a DDoS attack against Tumblr. But you see, sensitive little Tumblr users can get dirty too. A handful of Tumblr users had actually caught wind of 4chan's attack a couple of days before it happened, and they planned their counterattack, Operation Overkitten. In response to 4chan's gore and shock images, Tumblr users invaded the boards and began spamming them with kittens and wholesome content and Tumblr memes. And also DDoSing 4chan and taking down the site for 15 to 20 minutes. I've come across a lot of conflicting sources about this part specifically, but the more reliable ones, the ones that were written at the time that this happened, like a day after this happened, report that Tumblr actually succeeded in taking down 4chan servers before 4chan was able to attack Tumblr. The fucking Super Hulock Kittens website took down the fearsome hacker hive first. Tumblr founder and then CEO David Karp, we miss you daddy, addressed the war, saying that they would be banning any Tumblr accounts they found promoting DDoSing or other illegal activity. Over the next few hours, Tumblr and 4chan would both suffer waves of spam, as well as technical difficulties as they attempted to hack each other's sites. One 4chan user doxed David Karp's parents, even though he was being a very responsible father and telling us all to stop fighting. Eventually, it was 4chan's B-mods which called off the attack. They began deleting all of the new threads that were created related to attacking Tumblr so that the fighting would...
I hope I don't get killed here.
That was okay. You know, users
that
were
would suck.
beginning to see the...
I almost kind of wish that I traded, because Green has a perfect shot at killing me. But Green might like me because I helped them out with the pink kill.
The potential here for something other than fighting. 4chan and Tumblr might have their own memes after all, but weren't they the same deep down on some level? Users of both sites began drawing these tales of romance between anthropomorphized personifications of Reddit and Tumblr, Tumblr being a cute blue-haired girl and 4chan being this almost Slenderman-esque green guy. Their love was full of angst and pining, reflecting the fraught relationship between the two sites, but their love, it was revolutionary. It was historic. In the end, Tumblr had proven themselves a strangely worthy enemy. A truce had been reached, a mutual meme between the two sites, and a very self-aware one at that.
I should have traded.
Ship name, 4chumbler. It's not very catchy. But alas, this was only a temporary peace. In June of 2014, so about 3.5 years later, this post was made. Do you hate racism? We do. July 4th, hashtag shutdown 4chan. What is happening? There is this place called 4chan. They call themselves anonymous. Literally one of the worst places online. They're racist, misogynistic, and pure evil. Very bad people go there to shout hate speech. Literal Nazis and far-right racists use brainwashing. They tell lies about homosexuals and always use the F slur.
Lies
They
about
erase
homosexuals.
every identity in the name of white supremacy. They have killed people with trolls and discuss terrorism often. It's time to shut down 4chan.org. Join us on July 4th to celebrate our freedom and independence from racists by shutting down 4chan. We will go to their site as a form of protest. We will overwhelm them with corrections to their awful lies and let them really know what the world thinks of them. Trigger warning, I don't think it's really safe to go alone. The misogyny, transphobia, homophobia, anti-Semitism, rape jokes, and blatant racism will often be too much for any sane person. Please spread the message and don't be afraid to get involved. Comics, stories, poetry, essays, or pictures are all welcome. Every little helps. See you on July 4th. Hashtag shutdown4chan. Within a few hours, it was being hotly discussed on 4chan's poll board. The authenticity of it was immediately called into question. It wasn't even Tumblr users, but 4chan users themselves who were the first to recognize this post as fake. One user writing, "It's surely one of us."
Never underestimate the power of kindness.
Ah.
But of course, not that of a firebolt either. Magic. Make
us. Subtle, but recognizable. And they got it right.
I can't
This
believe that I
introduction appeared on
accidentally
poll
forgot
about
to,
30 minutes before the Tumblr post was ever made. It was a poll user who set out to orchestrate this entire thing from the beginning, which isn't all that surprising, because that was like 4chan's whole thing at that point. It had only been 3.5 years, but the online climate changed a lot between November of 2010 and June of 2014. Feminism was a hot buzzword that was driving everyone.
Was cringe!
Paul and B were already orchestrating numerous pranks against feminists. These pranks generally consisted of creating highly inflammatory Twitter tags and then watching people eat each other about them. These tags were things like hashtag End Father's Day, which claimed that Father's Day was a misogynistic holiday and we shouldn't be celebrating men. Hashtag Free Bleeding, aimed at convincing women that period products are tools of the patriarchy and they should be free bleeding instead. And those are the better ones. I promise you, those two that I just named, those are the good ones that I'm not worried about saying on YouTube. So let's take a closer look at shutdown4chan.tumblr.com. Personally, as a veteran Tumblrina, I also instantly call bullshit just looking at this. It doesn't make any sense that Tumblr would want to start a war with 4chan. And the fact that anyone on 4chan might have thought this was a super good plan, I think demonstrates a fundamental lack of understanding about Tumblr. The stereotype that 4chan users held about Tumblr users was that Tumblr users were all just like crying and hugging each other and telling each other they were so valid all the time. Do you know what the reality of trying to create a 100% inclusive and unproblematic community is?
It doesn't work.
Because you very quickly devolve into stabbing people because they read the wrong kind of fan fiction. Tumblr had way too many problems internally. Tumblr was keeping each other busy on their own. They did not need to go out and attack any other sites. The idea of going out and attacking other sites, raiding, as they say, other sites because you disagree with their beliefs, is a distinctly 4chan mentality. Yes, Tumblr did step up and give them a taste of it in 2010, which honestly kind of impresses and surprises me. But it was still 4chan's whole idea to begin with. Anyway, so the stupid blog run by a 4chan user, the fourth post added to the blog is fascinating, okay? It's this post. It's this infographic about the evils of 4chan. These are the worst boards. This is exactly how to find them. What it really boils down to is a how to use 4chan tutorial. This is a blatant tutorial for Tumblr users on how to conduct the 4chan invasion that 4chan wanted to bait them into conducting. It's so transparent. And yet, this user, this 4chan user behind shutdown4chan.tumblr.com spent about a month preparing for the attack, giving Tumblr users helpful advice on how to debate with 4chan users. Kind of the plan they were pushing, you know. Like,
bro, you can't debate. You can't debate with trolls. If you try to debate with a troll, if you try to argue with a troll, you lose.
Convince the 4chan users that they're wrong, guys. This is a great plan. And I think they tried to do this to try and bait Tumblr users specifically into trying to fight the 4chan users with love and to debate them rationally. I think they found this particularly funny.
That is funny.
This concept back then, which was repeated a lot, that trying to troll 4chan or trying to invade 4chan is like peeing into an ocean of piss. 4chan is garbage. That's the whole point of it. You can't troll or spam 4chan because it's already like the vilest, most chaotic place imaginable by design. By this point, they were known for their coordinated online harassment campaigns, and they loved that made a lot of internet users scared of them. They specifically found the idea of anyone trying to debate with them rationally or win them over with love hilarious. They self-identified as an ocean of piss. The 4th of July arrived, the day of the plotted invasion. 4chan users set out to defend B from invading Tumblr users by, you guessed it, flooding it with gore and shock images. That'll scare those little girly Tumblr users away. Now, despite there being little to no evidence of any Tumblr users actually showing up on 4chan that day, B then started planning their counterattack. Seriously though, I found about 3 screenshots of apparently feminist and anti-racist posts on 4chan from that day, and every single one of them reads like 4chan users taking the piss. In an ocean of piss. Or whatever. So the goal had been to bait Tumblr users into staging a real invasion of 4chan, so that 4chan would then have a reason to retaliate. Despite this phase of the plan not being successful, 4chan now went on the offensive anyway. 4chan users agreed that 4Tumblr had been funny back in 2010 when the war was only about memes. But now, Tumblr were their enemies again. They had gone too far by believing we should be nice to trans people. 4chan declared the couple divorced. They began hijacking popular Tumblr tags. They targeted social justice related tags like feminism and gay, but also popular fandom tags like Supernatural, Disney, Homestuck. This kind of whiny, oversensitive Tumblr SJW that 4chan was targeting was mostly a stereotype invented by 4chan. There was some truth to it sometimes, but it wasn't.
No, it's definitely the truth to it.
Entirely correct. As one Tumblr user points out, gore, porn, and profanity not only existed on Tumblr, but were staples of some of its most popular fandoms. Still, where 4chan believed that seeing that kind of thing should be some kind of an internet initiation, it was core to Tumblr's beliefs that people shouldn't have to see that kind of thing unless they want to. Not while they're browsing Tumblr for Disney punk edits or feminist discourse. So Tumblr users began circulating warning posts, as well as trying to clean up the tags hijacked by 4chan by instead flooding them with wholesome photos of kittens. One tactic, which unfortunately backfired, was Tumblr users spamming their own selfies to clean up tags. They got those selfies back from the 4chan users photoshopped into hardcore porn. One 4chan user makes a pretty good point.
Bro, how stupid are you? Trying to bomb it with selfies of yourself? That's just asking to get trolled.
Tumblr's cleanup efforts actually aided in 4chan's goal of
it's called we do a little trolling
for their intended purpose. Still, some Tumblr users went the whole day without seeing anything out of the ordinary, or only seeing wholesome kitten spam, but some did see things they found upsetting. Users who may not have been familiar with 4chan at all before this did come to see 4chan as bigoted perpetrators of harassment, much to the glee of 4chan. Petitions were made, seemingly first by Tumblr, then by 4chan in response. Pol and B members visited each other's boards to congratulate each other on the successful war effort against the Tumblrinas. The post-war narrative which emerged was that Tumblr had ignorantly poked the hornet's nest and received a pretty standard 4chan retaliation. These dumb 14-year-old girls, they didn't even know what 4chan really was or how bad it was. How stupid of them to think that they could just go in there and start posting feminism and all of the 4chan users would cry and agree with them. 4chan was totally typical of 4chan. What did these idiots think was going to happen if they tried to mess with 4chan? The infamous internet hate machine. And this, it gets me. Because the narrative that Tumblr started this fight is just made up. It was started by a Pol user who wanted to argue with feminists who didn't care that he existed. And 4chan apparently tried to do this again, twice. According to Encyclopedia Dramatica, there were 2 lesser-known incidents, one in later 2014 and one in 2016, where they tried to, in their own words, relive the glory of the 2014 raids, which they were already kind of doing to relive the glory of the 2010 raids, which they were already kind of doing to relive the glory of the pre-2010 hacker golden age of 4chan. So I suppose constantly trying to recapture our glory years is another thing Tumblr and 4chan have in common. Huh. I shall conclude with a large huh. Good night, my friends. Thank you so much for watching. Strange out.
I don't know. I don't know about her narrative of this. I think that the 4chan trolls really got him. Why has Red not taken fucking South America yet? That is confusing to me. No. I'll attack White up there. But I'm not gonna go all the way through to fucking attack White for no reason. The window. Yeah, I was like, you might as well want to try to kill... Oh. He lost. Black's dead. Let's finish watching this. This was really good.
Wit and just viciousness, and had this combination of just being able to take over the moment. But what really got their attention was that Donald Trump has absolutely no filter, and he would say some real shit every now and then. Now, he had no idea how to govern, but he really would so he would say just things like, you know, Obama created ISIS.
Ha!
No, they did. And they'd go, well, you should probably apologize for that. What do you mean Obama created ISIS? He'd be like, no, Obama created ISIS. And the thing is that he kind of did. Like,
he
Obama
definitely did.
Literally, and with John Brennan and Saudi Arabia and Israel, armed Al-Qaeda in Syria, literal treason. They committed literal treason, okay? I mean, like arming the enemy in the middle of a war or whatever. And he would just say shit like this. And this scared the bejesus out of people. And this is why those same organizations, like the CIA and all these people who had committed treason, just turned on him and brought the complete wrath down on him. And they boxed him in and they won, basically. But again, I would say to my point, it was that it's not just that he was saying some real shit, he was also saying some pretty anti-statist shit when he was pushing that out, challenging the most powerful and dominant aspect of the modern American state, which is the military-industrial complex. Now, I do want to just like, because I'm kind of curious, and I'm not trying to like do this. You know me, Nick. Like, I don't do this like woke shit where I'm gonna like jump on you, like, oh my god, what you said is so horrible. But the idea that like going through a genocide is somehow still better because on the other side of it, it comes out being like white people who still kind of have the same culture as before. Like, okay, I disagree with you on that. I think that's a little bit nutty. And for people who have like families and shit like that, it's like, I don't know how much you want to roll the dice on just your families are the ones that are slaughtered. But okay, your problem of this devastating fact that the demographics are going to change in America, if we're just talking about you, that's the problem that you addressed. And then we're talking about what this, well, this is over. This is going to happen going forward, right? That like the demographics, it's almost like you're too late in the game if you wanted to do something to really change that, at least I think. So maybe I'm wrong. So my honest, and I'm asking this as an honest question. It's not like an attempt at gotcha. What would your strategy be to, if this is the number one problem, what are you going to do to reverse this? I mean, are you really going to do what Donald Trump never even dared trying to do, just threw out his campaign red meat to like deport every immigrant from you know, Mexico or Central America over the last, what, 40 years that have come in here? I mean, like how, like practically speaking, forget even like the terrifying implications of like really creating some Gestapo level shit to go round everybody up and check their papers. Logistically, how many like armed agents are you going to need to try to pull this off? Like, I'm trying to understand like what could be done about that, other than the only thing I could see is like concentrating in some small area with the people in the demographics that you want to be around, and then just accepting that that's your new country.
Yeah, so you're right that to an extent, the problem is baked in the sense that a large demographic change has already occurred, but this is something that is accelerating. I mean, we can look at white people becoming a minority is perhaps inevitable. It hasn't happened yet, but they're talking about in certain countries that by 2100 or later, I mean, we're going to be a quarter or less of the population. So when people say immigration's a done issue, I disagree with this. I think that, you know, and this is what I would want to be done, is I would want to, number one, shut down all immigration, build a wall, enforce the border wall, no more illegal immigrants. Some exceptions, you know, but we're talking millions of people every year. We would need maybe thousands, and in the industries where they're absolutely essential, you know, rare circumstances, but ultimately something like a net zero, maybe even less than that, close to zero immigration. And then we would have to deport probably tens of millions of people, yes. You know, they can't be in this country. And the thing is, you know, they've come here, like you said, as trespassers, and there's really no statute of limitations on this. They came here, and what's more is they have kids. They come here with kids. They don't speak English. They come here with nothing. They have no skills. This is a tremendous burden on our society, huge. And that's just on an economic level, which is to say that when you look at the analysis, over the long term, the fiscal cost of one illegal immigrant over their lifetime is $130,000 to the negative, $130,000 per immigrant. But then they've got kids, and the kids become citizens, and you know, they're all using Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security, and then they're all going to hospitals, and they're all going to public schools, and they're all on public housing or something like that. You know, they're using 63% of Hispanic immigrants are on some form of assistance. So it's not a stretch to say there's a majority of them. And so, yeah, but that's just for those reasons. But what's more is the burden they're imposing on the society, which is they're transforming it. You know, I mean, the Southwest is unrecognizable. And that's what I mean to say. It's not to minimize the Holodomor. It's not to minimize what happened under the Soviet Union, but it is to say that, you know, these were, you know, disastrous economic policies, a purge, you could say a genocide, something like that. But still, the nation survived that. It's not to say that that was not bad. It's to say how worse this is.
Brad got
seem like it,
himself
but it is worse,
fucked.
because what's happening here is we're being bred as white people out of existence. And America, which was once a white country, is now becoming a non-white country. And the people that are running it are going to be non-white. And they don't like white people. And so, yeah, the balance continues to shift. Some people think like, oh, well, it's already done. No, it's far from over. They want the balance to continue. And watch what happens. Once they start running the institutions and they comprise a majority of the population, it will accelerate. It's not going to be linear. It's going to be exponential. It's sort of like, you know, Rhodesia or South Africa. Look at South Africa. I mean, the blacks got in charge there. And now it's not like, okay, well, we're going to live in harmony with this white minority. Now it's like, we're going to kill you and rape your wife and take your farm. And that's the fear that's going to happen here. That is something that we won't survive. Holodomor survived. Soviet Union survived.
Well, you know,
this thing, we're not surviving. We're, as a nation, as a collective, not, you know, you say, well, as an individual, but it's to say that as a nation, I mean, we could survive inflation. We could survive inflation as a collective, as a people, as a nation, but individuals may not. But as a collective, we would. This present system, we will not survive as a collective. We'll be snuffed out as a race, as a people, which is a horrible thing. That's extermination. And yes, an extermination is worse than a genocide. Yeah, absolutely. Extermination is genocide taken to its logical conclusion. So absolutely, it's worse, and that's what's going on. So that's the number one threat. And anyway, even if you don't agree with that, I mean, the problems you talk about, which are economic, you know, once again, it's incumbent on us to wield power to turn things around. And like I said, this sort of like, you know, dismantling the government is somehow less practical. You know, if you laugh at the idea of like Donald Trump's going to take power, well, yeah, he did win the election. If you laugh at the idea that someone like Donald Trump could take power in the future and be more effective, you say, well, that's not going to happen. Okay, but someone's going to take over the government and destroy the government? Or I don't know. I mean, we're going to start sort of doing this like you know, this resistance thing where some people just, you know, spontaneous order, everyone sort of individually is going to start just not listening to the government. Like I saw Michael Malice on a show, I know it's got nothing to do with you, but he said something like, we just have to start like not listening to the police. And it's like, wait a second, you think that like having a government is immoral, and you think that the government's the bane of the existence, you're a fucking anarchist, like all this, but you think the police are criminals, we should lock up all the police, they're all fucking criminals. And your answer to all this is like, oh, we should not think the police is legitimate. And like, okay, then what? This is why I think billionaires pour money into this. It's because the answer is always like, number one, the problem's always government. It's never the billionaires. It's never the free market people. It's never, maybe some say it is, but it's always statist, government. Government's the problem. So the government's always the problem. It's never big pharma. It's never the big banks. It's that, well, sometimes it's the big banks. I shouldn't say that's Federal Reserve, right? It's never big business. It's never organized Jewry. It's never this or that. It's always the state, because the state has the capability. What's the answer? No one knows. And it's sort of funding these like useless activities. Like you said that, well, they fund Charlie Kirk. Well, Charlie Kirk a year ago, in fairness, was saying similar things like you're saying. He was saying, well, maybe even more extremely left. He was saying bring in millions of temporary workers, and there's a lot of room between Chicago and Las Vegas for immigrants to settle, and all this crazy stuff. And yeah, as big as donors were Foster Freeze, these kinds of people. There's no billionaire that's backing white identity. There's no, you know, Liberty, there's billionaires backing it. You could say they backed out when it counts, but in principle, they're backing the so-called Liberty movement. There's no billionaire backing explicit white identity. There's no billionaire backing any skepticism or criticism of organized Jewry. If anything, it's the opposite. Paul Singer and some other billionaires are funding things like Claremont Institute, whose job it is to obscure these issues, to pretend that it's not about whiteness, it's not about, don't talk about the organized Jewry behind international finance. It's about, you know, class or something. So no, if anything, the real meat of what I'm saying is something that's not backed by billionaires, not backed by the power, and in fact, it's censored. For saying these things, I'm the most censored man on earth. You're, no offense, but you're on YouTube. I'm on fucking Cozy TV. Now, we love Cozy TV, but doesn't that kind of say something? But yeah,
well, I suppose I don't know that it's really actually that conclusive. I mean, like, yeah, like, look, first off, there's no billionaires backing Michael Malice or me. I wish there were, but there really are none. I can promise you that. That being said, I mean, look, the idea that there are no billionaires backing white identity or backing, you know, like criticisms of Jewish power or something like that. I mean, okay, but that doesn't necessarily prove the point. It's kind of like there could be many other explanations for that, and there could be many other explanations for why you're banned off a lot of these sites. And as I said before, it's you have a particular knack for trolling the shit out of people and getting them hysterical, and you intentionally choose to dive into all of the most controversial areas that you know are going to get a lot of people pissed off at you. Now, by the way, I'm against all the tech censorship thing. I think it's wrong. I would rather voices like yours be out there, and I would rather not silence anybody. I enjoy these conversations. I think they're more interesting, and I think interesting thinkers should be allowed to talk. I hate that stuff, and I also do think that that is very much a creation of state intervention. We could talk about that a little bit if you want to. But that being said, there are alternative explanations for why people are banned or don't have billionaires pumping money behind them. I will say that it's not true. And again, I just wish, I know you used to be a libertarian, I think it was for a very short period of time and you were very young at the time. I just wish you would have gotten into more of the hardcore shit, because it is just not true that any serious libertarian thinker did not address the influence that capital has on state power, did not address the interests of big money corporations. Murray Rothbard, there's a book right here, The Progressive Era, is phenomenal. The whole book is about how corporate interests took over the progressive era, and it was basically all a robber baron scheme to gain control of the money and of the government, rather. And this is what this is what's going on right now with big pharma. It's not just the fact that, like, okay, there are these huge corporations that have enormous power as private entities. But the disaster comes in when they partner up with government and are allowed to kind of, you know, enforce their will on all of us. And of course, President Trump brags about putting us all in this situation. So anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, so to respond to that, I would just say, we started out the conversation and you said, well, we agree on all the problems. And what's the cause of all of them? Government. And it's like, but that's just it, isn't it? You know, and you go to Turning Point USA, it's big gov sucks. It's not the billionaires like Foster Freeze who gave us $10 million suck. It's gov sucks. Shrink government, reduce government. It's never take money from the billionaires. It's never restrict the activities of NGOs, restrict the activities of billionaires. It's never that. It's always shrink government.
Does that ever happen though, Nick? Like, for all this, does government ever, like, is there ever any shrinking of government?
No.
I mean, like,
well, it's never been tried, I guess, right?
No, I'm not saying it's never been tried. I'm countering your point that if all of these billionaires are so comfortable with this, and if that's not really what's going to undermine their power, it's like, yes, people give lip service to shrinking government. People don't give lip service to white identity and to, like, conspiracies about Jewry. And by the way, I'm not using even conspiracy in the dismissing term. I'm saying by literal definition of conspiracies. There are lots of conspiracies out there. I'm just saying people don't give a lot of money to that because, you know, like, I think the easiest answer to it is that doesn't really move a lot of people, and a lot of people tend to dismiss that stuff. Whereas limited government, individual liberty, that sounds pretty nice. And this is why the Republicans have been talking about it for, I don't know, at least 50 years, but they never deliver on it, ever. There's never in my lifetime been a Republican president, a Republican Congress that ever actually cut federal spending in. I mean, I don't think at all.
That's
crazy.
In any
meaningful way. So
all right, I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, they like these platitudes, but if it was true that this is really what the money interests are behind, I don't know, I would think they would have like done some of it at some point. So no, I'm not saying that, like, as you acknowledged and I agreed with you before, I'm not saying like that human beings don't exist who then infiltrate government and do bad things with the government. The point is that this government is a tool. This monopoly on the initiation of violence is a tool, and this is the tool that causes the most damage. And so if you want to really undercut, you can have whatever proposal you want to have of like garnishing, wealth from big corporations. I would even be open to it if under certain circumstances. I mean, like, sure, I think we should garnish every damn dollar that weapons companies have made off of their government contracts and shit like that. The big banks, I think, should be completely shut down. Like, I'm not, completely allergic to that. Maybe we can meet in the middle with some of this stuff, but if it was true that this idea of reducing the size of government and cutting spending and things like that were just like, well, this doesn't like actually scare the establishment. I don't know. They always seem to get together to raise spending. No one ever, it might, I think in many ways it's more boring and dull, and it's not exciting, and it doesn't have the benefit of driving every left-winger nuts, and you don't get the entertainment of seeing that. But if you actually wanted to take away like from the power source, like, yeah, reducing government spending is actually pretty damn important.
Well, the reason I say that is because, government is essentially scapegoated. It's sort of this harmless, that was the point I'm getting at, because you're right. Even Reagan did not reduce spending. I mean, I remember defending Reagan and saying, he reduced non-defense discretionary spending. Because they're like, he tripled the military. And I'm like, but non-defense discretionary. It's like, okay. But, so I understand those frustrations completely. But that's just it. Is like going out there and campaigning on shrinking the government. It's sort of like this harmless scapegoat where people could say, who's the problem? Government. What's the answer? Liberty. And to me, the problem is like, yeah, certainly liberty, we don't have liberty, obviously, and certainly the government has not been shrunken. But these are things that are basically have no content. And so there's sort of these impotent things. Like, we do need a real scapegoat. We do need a real solution. And just saying, like, the free market, the government sucks. Like, I agree. They run, they win, and then they do like a corporate tax cut or whatever. And what's more is those things also serve as sort of a useful front for what they really want, which is often a corporate tax cut, or they want some loophole in the tax code or something like that to enrich themselves. Typically, like free trade is an example. People are making crazy money off free trade, and they're not saying, they're saying free trade because they're benefiting from it. And so this big government sucks. Yeah, I mean, you're not getting it for like the benefit of the people, you're getting it for the benefit of the corporations. And government's this convenient scapegoat to say, look at the government, government's a problem. I agree with you, government's a tool, and tools have no moral content. It's like when liberals say guns kill people. Guns don't kill people kill people with guns. And the same thing's true about government. Government is not evil. Government is not bad in itself. The problem is the people that run the government that are bad. And so you acknowledge that the government is this very powerful tool. What better tool to use than government to reshape our society?
Because if we're not Because unlike a gun or unlike these other tools, it's a tool that's predicated on initiating violence, and that's very different.
A gun can't initiate violence?
No, it can, but it doesn't necessarily. And so that's where the analogy doesn't work, is that a gun can also be used for defensive purposes. And when you have a government, and it's funny because it's almost like this is what's kind of different, I think, about me and you having these conversations versus like most libertarians you might talk to, where the libertarian is constantly living in the abstract, the theoretical, and you're like, okay, yeah, but what about like real life that's in front of us? But I'm really just talking about real existing, like the really existing government we have, not this abstract theoretical of how it could be used for us. I do think that in any scenario, a government by its very nature is going to take from some people and give to other people. And it's going to take from the productive and give to the less productive. And that this will always have forget even it's immoral, but I don't think I'm going to persuade you with that argument, but it is it will always have a de-civilizing effect, because you're always going to be undermining people who are productive and stable and prosperous and rewarding the people who are, let's say, not. and the people who are not doing the right thing. So it's not a matter, it is a tool, but it is not a tool like a gun that could be used for clearly like incredibly moral reasons, like saving somebody's life or defending against somebody else. It's a different type of tool.
Well, I would disagree, because I think that, you know, to carry on with the analogy with the gun, it's hard to use a gun defensively if you get shot with one. You know, if two people meet with guns, you know, let's say yours is concealed, another guy comes up ready to blast you away. If you pull out your gun and blast them, I mean, certainly they presented the threat, but by pulling the trigger first, you sort of initiated the violence. You could say, well, by pointing it, therefore this and that, but it may sound silly, but the thing that I'm explaining with the government is actually quite the same. They have this power of the government, which latently they're going to use to destroy us with it if they're not already doing that. That's why we need to use government defensively to go after them and make the society the way we want to be. The point is, you can't get rid of the guns. The weapon is there. And so it's not a question of, can we destroy the weapon? No, the government will always be there. And you know, that's why ANCAP is really the crux of it, because if you can get rid of the government, then maybe you're right. But if you can't get rid of the government, then it's just a matter of who runs it. And then
you can certainly
that's
get
what
rid
matters.
of. You can certainly get rid of things the government's doing, right? So okay,
But you can't get rid of the government, then, right?
I don't agree with the assertion, but okay, that's your assertion.
Well, which is it then? You don't want to defend the ANCAP position because you know it's not persuasive, because people haven't read Rothbard, and it is pie in the sky.
No, I think it is persuasive. It's just it takes a lot of reading and thinking about it. And if you're dealing with somebody who's just kind of asserting that it can't possibly happen, then yeah, I'm probably not going to get you all the way there today. But yes, I disagree with that assertion. I do think it's possible. But let me just say this: if you're saying, okay, you can't get rid of all of government, even if your assertion were true, you can certainly get rid of things that the government's doing. You can get rid of so many of the evil, destructive things that the government's doing. Hey, the war in Afghanistan is over. That is not happening anymore. It once was, it now isn't. Lockdowns could be stopped. That's better than lockdowns happening. There aren't, at least right now, real deal lockdowns. Okay, they've moved into other crazy things. There are at least some things that the government could stop doing that would be better than them continuing to do that. That at least is not impossible. And I do think that, you know, you can be dismissive of the idea of kind of saying, oh, people should read about this and be convinced by these ideas and that can mean anything. But really, honestly, Nick, I mean, that's primarily what you do. It's primarily what I do from our different angles with different beliefs. But we're really in the business of countering the propaganda. And I'll tell you that the regime sure seems to think propaganda is really important, because they go through a lot of effort to propagandize the public, and they spend a lot of money, and they really do. I mean, look, just the propaganda campaign over the last 2 years for all this COVID stuff has really been probably the largest propaganda campaign in human history. And so, yes, I do think that it is possible that the worst things the government is doing can stop, or at least some of them, and that the more people we have demanding that, the better our chances are of that happening. Now, how exactly we're going to get that done, I do think is open to discussion.
Well, yeah, I mean, so we could let Ralph jump in for a question, because I feel like this, you know, we're kind of I want to say this. The reason why the ANCAP thing is the crux is because if you can't get rid of the government, then it's a question of who runs it. And then it's the government that's not the issue, because it can't be. It's always going to be there. It's us that's the issue. We got to get in there. And, you know, if we're going to make the government do certain things, then, you know, let's use a better word, sovereign. If the government is a sovereign and we're telling the government what to do, we become the sovereign. Whatever is telling the government what to do becomes a new sovereign, therefore it becomes a new government. So you're not really, if you're saying, well, the government should do less things, who's saying that? Who's making them do that? They're then sovereign, you know, so you're not really getting rid of the sovereign. And I'll just say this about reading. You know, the point is I'm not trying to ridicule you, because you're right. People should read, and they should read Rothbard. I should have read Rothbard. I never got that far. I got to Hayek.
Still
Hayek.
You need some Hoppe in your life.
Yes, that's the one. See, people have been telling me that for years.
Yeah, Hoppe is good. I do like
I never read
Hoppe.
It, but here's what I will say, and this is just more of a jokey kind of thing to kind of wrap things up. But I'll just say this. You know, when I went to the Leadership Institute and when I went to Turning Point USA and Young Americans for Liberty, you know, they have these like teeny bopper like college girls reading fucking Rothbard. Okay, like billionaires paid 501c3s and 4s to pay publishing companies for copies of Economics in One Lesson and Free to Choose and Rothbard and all that stuff. And who's the one with the, you know, Life, Anarchy, whatever, Nozick. You know, billionaires are paying for those books to be printed. You know what I read to prepare for this? I read the works of Joseph de Maistre. They're not printing these books anymore. They're no.
Joseph de Maistre. I've not heard of Joseph de Maistre. Joseph de Maistre. Get a 10 trade right here. If blue moves out, I take North America. He takes South America, I would assume. Or not. He wants...
They're no 20-something college girls where billionaires are furnishing them with copies of the collected works of Joseph de Maistre and Evola and Robert Nisbet and these kinds of writers.
Robert Nisbet. Robert Nisbet.
Billionaires have no interest in those things, and billionaires have no interest in those things because they can't benefit them in the existing power structure. So, but yeah, I guess that's all I have to say on that. And then you could jump in, or Ralph can jump into a question.
I'll go ahead and ask some of these questions as well. I like to just let it go here on the Kill Stream 2 Legends like this. I don't really need to interject much. It just kind of, goes where it needs to go with the conversation. But we have a lot of questions that people sent in here. K-Max McDonald says, for both guests, is the main difference that Nick is a social conservative and that Dave is not? What restricts abortion, immigration, gay marriage, the state? How else would you restrict the above things without the state? Without it, those things go unfettered. According to the comment, I'll let you lead off with that, Dave, if you want. And that's kind of a big question, I guess, too. But however you want to.
Sure. Well, I mean, is the distinction that Nick's a social conservative and I'm not? I guess I would I guess that depends on how you define a social conservative. I mean, I wouldn't describe myself that way. I'm a comedian and I've lived a fairly non-traditional life for most of my life, and like I was raised by a single mother in Brooklyn, and I did like a whole bunch of wild shit, and but I've settled down and I've gotten married and had a couple kids now, and I certainly have recognized that I think that traditional norms of marriage,
Why would he do that?
family, raising children, community, religion, I think things like this are very important for a healthy society. And so I think that where we are as a society right now is very destructive and unsustainable. So I certainly, in that sense, so like to a leftist, they probably would consider me a social conservative. For those views, I think Nick probably wouldn't consider me a social conservative, if that kind of makes sense. To me, the question of abortion, I mean, you know, abortion is murder, and the question could just be more broadly, you know, asked about murder and how murder would be prevented. Again, I think that like this is, as long as a government does exist, that I think the legitimate role for the government is to protect people and property. So if there is a government, then that's how it should be protected. If there's not a government and you're living in some type of anarchist society, then you need another organization that is going to do that. And again, I mean, there's lots of fascinating literature on anarchy. I do recommend reading Michael Malice's The Anarchist Handbook. But yeah, I mean, things can be enforced by property owners. Things can be enforced
I don't really like Michael Malice all that much.
By contract, things can be enforced by private, you know, agencies. In the same sense that, like, if somebody is trying to murder somebody at Disney World, they have private security who are there to handle it. Now, okay, they will ultimately turn them over to the cops and the courts, but there is no like inherent reason why those things have to be part of a state apparatus. And then I'm sorry, what was the other question? Gay marriage?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah, how would you regulate these things, basically, I guess is what it is.
Listen, to me, like the true answer, and this is where maybe we will disagree, that I am a libertarian to my core, and I think that the idea of marriage is something that should be between its religious institutions, whoever else. This is just a matter of like freedom of association and freedom of speech. You can call it whatever you want to, but it would also be legitimate for some church to say, no, we don't marry gay people here and we don't consider that marriage. So that to me is always just a very silly thing. The problem with the government is that they come in and say, we have one societal standard of what we consider to be marriage. And I think that as much as that may be unsatisfactory to some of the right wingers listening to this, you'd actually be a lot better off than you are right now, with gay marriage just being the law of the land, where you could at least have all of your own, you know, kind of churches and communities that didn't recognize it.
Now, Nick, go ahead. If you just want to follow up a little bit on that, I'm going to run through some of these questions too, but if you wanted to take a
Yeah, so I am a social conservative. I'm Catholic, and that really informs my whole worldview. I don't think there's too many Catholic libertarians. I know Tom Woods, I believe, is Catholic.
Lou Rockwell,
Tom Woods,
Judge Napolitano. There's a lot of really big ones.
Judge Napolitano, yeah.
That's all bullshit.
Okay, I don't know. People say similar things about me, so yeah, I'm in no position to slander. But yeah, so my sort of Catholic disposition is it's really what makes me sort of more authoritarian, because, you know, Thomas Sowell, who he's actually very intelligent. I don't really agree with him on some things, but you know, when I was a kid, he said this, and this kind of spoke to me. I remember I was in middle school, and he was on Fox News, I believe, and he was asked, you know, what is a conservative? And he said, well, a conservative is someone who doesn't believe in solutions, only compromises. That, you know, the essence really of liberalism is that people think if only we get the institutions right, if only we get sort of the structure right, you know, then everything will be okay. I don't think that's Dave per se, but a lot of people are like that. And the essence of a conservative is to say that, you know, I think it's Catholicism. I believe that Catholicism is really the essence of sort of right-wing conservative politics, really, because we say that man is fallen, man is flawed. There is this problem of evil there's a spiritual dimension to all of this. There are angels and demons, God and the devil are working on us at all times. There is a moral code written on the soul of man, which we know, and these spiritual battles are playing out in the so-called real world, in our world. And, that's what leads me to believe that, that basically people are not capable of this sort of self-governing, just sort of do what you want, live and let live. We don't know what's best for people. I think we do know what's best for people. I think that people have to be governed, and they have to be governed by an authority which is, basically mandated by heaven. So that's why I'm influenced by a lot of these Catholic counter-Enlightenment philosophers, because they saw, the French Revolution as this great catastrophe, the destruction of the church and the monarchies that were installed by the church, or so that's really where I come from on all this, and obviously against abortion, against gay marriage, against drug legalization, all that stuff.
Tom Woods, by the way, wrote a great book on how the Catholic Church built Western civilization. I bet you'd dig that.
Yes, I have that.
Very
book.
good.
Yeah, no, he's excellent. I like him a lot.
Okay, K-Max again. Views on police. I'll start with you, Fuentes, since you were still going there, sir. What do you think about the police?
Oh, I hate the police, basically. I hate them. And I hate them for, actually, libertarians and I agree on this. I saw Michael Malice, and he was like, every cop, he was fighting with Alex Jones on this. He's like, every cop is a criminal. And, and I don't know if I would go that far necessarily, but yeah, conservatives, me and Dave probably agree on this. Conservatives' worship of the police and the troops is just disgusting. No, cops are not our friends. Cops are not, awesome or anything. They may be nice, they may agree with us, but they're the enforcement arm of the state. Now, maybe Dave, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but maybe Dave doesn't like that because it's a state. I don't like it because it's the enforcement arm of the state controlled by our enemies that are trying to kill us. So it's going to be the police that are enforcing the vax mandates and the mask mandates. And, I hope that's a shock to conservatives that are like, what the? We supported you for years. Now you're kicking me out of the school board meeting because the Department of Homeland Security called me a terrorist. You can't do this. It's like, yeah, they can and they will. And, and they always pull me over for speeding. It's like, really? Chicago is total anarchy, and I get pulled over for going 15 over, and it's like, I'm the problem.
No, that's some anarcho-tyranny right there.
That's right. Free the people. Don't take my stuff. Don't kill me.
No, but it's well, listen, I really appreciate that, and I think that one of the more positive trends over the last 2 years has been a large kind of red pilling amongst conservatives about the police and the nature of the police. And I really agree with Nick that it is just it's the cringiest damn thing that right wingers do, and it's more like a BoomerCon thing, I think, than the younger generation. The new right types, I think, are a little bit more open minded about this. Maybe not quite where I'd want them to be, but better. That look, if you live through the year 2020 and you see that cops are arresting dads for having a catch with their kid at a park, and not being socially distanced, and then stepping back while riots engulf entire cities, and that it's it really is the perfect example of anarcho-tyranny. You have this incredible militarization of the police, unlike any country ever. Our Department of Education has a SWAT team, and the EPA has a SWAT team. Every local police department has a SWAT team. It's insane. And then you're there are these huge riots, and you're like, well, man, I guess this is the one time ever that this would be necessary. And they're like, no, we're just gonna sit back and watch that. But if some gamer swats his buddy or something like that, then we'll be right on top of it. It's sickening to think that they would defend them. And then I guess just to add my libertarian bent onto this, it's for right wingers who would, I think, mock the idea, I think probably even Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, would mock the idea of say something like the teachers union, that they should have some type of say in how our kids are educated. Why the hell do you get a say? You're supposed to work for the taxpayer. Where the fuck are you even in this conversation? Servant or whatever it's supposed to be, which of course it isn't. We both know is not how it works. But if I were to say abolish all public schools and destroy the teachers union, I don't think any right winger wouldn't, you know, laugh if some left winger was like, but then there'll be no such thing as education and no one will know how to read a book. And like, this won't happen in any other way, because there's no way that private people or families or churches or communities would step up and teach kids how to read. Like, that's ridiculous. And I think the same thing is true of the government having a monopoly on police, that it's the fact is that the thing that the police are an absolute net negative in terms of security. When it comes to real crime that's committed, they do more to punish legal gun owners in these high crime areas than they do to actually stop any of the violent crime. And of course, they punish a whole bunch of non-violent crime that is just ridiculous and awful. And the fact that, I'm sure me and Nick disagree on this part, but the fact that anybody is sitting in a multiple decade sentence over some drug charge or some gun possession charge or any of this shit, this is all just like stupid and evil and counterproductive. And I am not a fan of the police.
All right, let's run through Saxon status. Says, Dave, if there's a zero chance for a Trumpian figure to get in and change a few parts of the government in our favor, how do you expect to cause the entire government to dissolve? Dissolving is much more difficult than altering an existing structure.
Well, perhaps, okay, maybe I shouldn't say a 0%, like nothing should really ever be assigned a 0% chance, I suppose. But I'm just saying the idea of somebody like Donald Trump getting in there and actually being able to drain the swamp as he promised is incredibly unlikely, like, you know, basically close to a 0% chance. In terms of like, how could it actually happen? Well, no, I mean, so if you look at the American Revolution or something like that, however you might.
What?
Crystal.
Feel about it. I don't know if Nick has like some mold bug type of loyalist feeling toward the British Empire, but however you might feel about it, you know, it wasn't achieved by taking over the British government, becoming, you know what I mean, king, and then, you know, undermining all the power. It was like a group of people who were ready, who were serious and ready to defend themselves, declared that they are free men and just said, it's self-evident, bitch. So what are you going to do about it? And then they were willing to actually fight for it. Now, again, that also is not something that I see in the immediate future. I do think that the United States federal government is on an unsustainable path. I think there is going to be a major correction. I don't know that that's going to happen tomorrow, but it's not going to last forever. I think between the debt and the expansion of the military and pissing off basically every other powerful country in the world, and you know, did I mention the currency destruction and the cultural decay and all of this, I think we're in the end of an empire. And as things start to crumble, I think it is very possible that for massive decentralization or secession, but that's going to come from the bottom up, I believe, whether it's nullification from local governments or secession from local governments, or perhaps like, you know, just communities of like-minded people getting together and kind of disobeying.
Tack Nuke says one debater has a Twitter account and the other doesn't. Nick is the bigger threat to the system, therefore the most effective. What do you say to that, Nick? I know you talked about that a little bit earlier. Maybe flesh that out a little bit.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree with Dave that that in itself is not an argument as to, you know, what is the greatest threat, but it's...
What? What do you mean? Right now? Oh. Motherfucker.
guys doing?
What? Oh, wow. Nice.
It is a clue, which is to say that when social media censorship was undertaken 5 years ago, you remember after Trump got elected November 16, the next day at Google and Facebook headquarters, they literally got together and said, we can never let this happen again. And then what ensued was, this series of waves of censorship, this, tightening terms of service. I believe this is all delivered with the intention ultimately of unseating Donald Trump. And, who did they ban from Twitter? Well, they banned
Alex
Jim Johnson,
Jones,
Andrew Anglin, Milo, Pax Dickinson. They banned Ricky Vaughn. They banned Big Alaska, Jared Taylor, Faith Goldie. They, in a word, they banned the reactionaries. They banned the biggest proponents of Trumpism, the Trump supporters, the most woke, you could say, in our terms, the most based Trump supporters they banned. Ricky Vaughn was named number 60 whatever on the time most influential Twitter, and they got him. To my knowledge, they haven't banned any libertarians. And, what does it say that these big tech companies that control the conversation and sort of, like Dave said, censorship is cooked up by government. Jen Psaki and the press secretary talk to big tech and give them lists. That's real. We know that from the administration. And the intelligence agencies are in bed with big tech, and they're in bed with Ivy League universities. Ivy League comes up with the algorithms for big tech contracts with the government. This is all, they're all in bed with each other. And what does it say, though, that big tech, which is ostensibly part of this, when they were tasked, who identify the enemies of the American regime, identify the domestic threat, who did they take out? They took out the biggest, most base, most, so-called non-aligned, or not non-aligned, but those independent supporters of Trump, as opposed to, any of the libertarians, like any of them. So, yeah, it does definitely say something. It doesn't say anything in itself, perhaps, but it is a clue, sort of, about what power identifies as a real challenge.
Yeah, so I don't completely disagree with that. I mean, I think it's largely based on the fact that Donald Trump had a much bigger audience and than any libertarian that you could think of. I mean, Donald Trump, even in this last election, got over if not for Joe Biden and for leaving aside how you feel about what actually happened there, got more votes than anyone in the history of America running for president. So yeah, there's just a lot more people who support him. I also think that, and you can add other people to the list, Gavin McInnes and Anthony Cumia and Owen Benjamin and a whole bunch of people like that who got kicked off. I do think that oftentimes it's like I could go tweet something today and get kicked off Twitter. You know what I mean? That wouldn't change an argument or make an argument whether libertarians are there or not. I think there's a culture that rose up amongst the kind of right-wing reactionaries, what were considered the alt-right. I think the Groyper kind of movement, not that saying it's all the same, but there was a culture of trolling and triggering people intentionally. And for people who get that, they kind of get what you're doing. For the vast majority of 40 and over people, they do not understand this culture at all, and they just think these people are being literal neo-Nazis. They don't get any of the humor of it, and they just go so I think that culture put a big target on the back of a lot of those people and made it very easy to justify. You know what I mean? Well, look, we got him saying this thing here, and it's very easy to take, some of that shit out of context and make it put it in the worst possible light and make it look like, oh yeah, this dude is a legit neo-Nazi. So I think there's a lot of that. But just to back up what Nick was saying, I think it is somewhat of an example. I mean, Nick is you're not very old, but you are old enough to remember the pre-censorship time of the internet. And it's almost unbelievable when you think back to dude, I remember in 2016 and I would just go back and forth with Christopher Cantwell on Twitter, and he'd call me a kike faggot, and I'd call him, we just that's actually how we met, just fucking battling on Twitter, and then we kind of were cool after that. But I do not endorse.
Your boy Cantwell.
That's my line. I just but like literally I remember like having these Twitter interactions, and there was never even like a thought in my mind that like, oh, you could get kicked off for saying that. It was just like, yeah, this is social media, this is what you do. Like it's the wild west in the best sense of the term, you know? And like, can you imagine if someone called you that now online, you'd be like, oh, well, I mean, like if it was an account with any amount of followers, you'd be like, okay, I mean, it's a matter of time until this person is like no longer a human being. And of course, as Nick said, this is all because Donald Trump won the election. The Democrats freaked out and needed a justification. It couldn't possibly be that Hillary Clinton was so terrible that she lost. They hauled them in front of Congress and just blatantly threatened them. And then, of course, all the stuff you're talking about giving out lists and all of this stuff.
I'm gonna have to take out
being embedded. All of that is completely right. So I think it's a little example right there of what the market produced versus what state intervention produced. Always bring it back.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a good perspective on it, I think.
Tack Nuke says the gamer headset stays on during debates. Nick, I'm your biggest fan. Anonymous says, let's go, Nick. Let's see. Big Gay Okerson says, hey, Dave, tell Nick and Ralph about the crazy TikTok lady and her mom. That story arc this month have been rolling in the aisles.
Dude, I do not. Listen, man, I do not want. I don't fear any of you groypers, but I fear crazy women with crazy eyes that drink a glass of wine by their pool, like wealthy white women who have nothing but time on their hands. I do not want any more beef with this woman. We went back and forth enough. Yeah, we were just making fun of some insanely cringy TikTok video, and this woman got crazy offended and started launching like a campaign against us. But I think we all. I think everyone's backed off on that. And it's over.
Christmas
that was fun.
Yeah, kind of like. All right, let's see. Okay, now some of these I'm trying to pick some of the best ones here, and I'll play them all. But you know, we only got a certain amount of time. I'm trying to keep the gentleman all night during the middle of the Christmas season. Merry Christmas to you both. Also, Shin Chan 256B says, Nick, I'm a part of the troops. You are correct. We're an arm of the state, not the people. If the upper brass tells us to do something and we don't, we lose everything. I would never trust us to help you. I learned that after Iraq. J-Wars no more. Anonymous.
J-Wars.
Spot and a salute. Thank you as well. Yes, says can confirm what Nick said about Evola Books. I just had counter-terror agents in New Zealand at my house because I bought an Evola book from Amazon, which was flagged at customs. LOL. And I didn't even read all of it or like it much. I didn't like it much anyway.
I didn't even read.
Well, fuck.
What did he say?
I'm trying to keep the gentleman all night during the middle of the Christmas season. Merry Christmas to both. Also, Shin Chan 256B says, Nick, I'm a part of the troops. You are correct. We're an arm of the state, not the people. If the upper brass tells us to do something and we don't, we lose everything. I would never trust us to help you. I learned that after Iraq. J-Wars no more. Anonymous with a 10 spot and a salute. Thank you as well. Yes, says can confirm what Nick said about Evola Books. I just had counter-terror agents in New Zealand at my house because I bought an Evola book from Amazon, which was flagged at customs. LOL.
That's crazy. Because he bought an Evola. What?
Even read all of it or like it much. I didn't like it much anyway. Well, fuck. Tacnic says you can't unred pill someone once you're a reactionary authoritarian right. You're here for life. Let's see. LOL says Dave says the idea of a Gestapo going around checking papers for citizenship is terrifying. LOL. Why? It's not terrifying at all.
Listen, man, you guys are fucking.
Sounded beautiful to him, didn't it?
Look, man, I know this fucking whole that whole Nazi character shit is fun to play, man, and have fun with it. But you know, you guys accuse libertarians of living in like our fantasy abstractions, dude. You're the target of the Gestapo right now. You're not on the other side of it, so. You know, you could say like, "Oh, what's terrifying about that?" Who do you think they're going to be rounding up?
Now let's see. I think I asked the dissolving question. Okay, let's see. Okay, this one, no name said to Dave, saying the state oppresses people is just like saying. It's just like the people. He used another word, by the way. Just like the people who say that guns kill people. We know that inanimate objects don't kill people. Just like a gun can be used for good and evil, the state can be used for good and evil.
Yeah, I think we kind of already talked about that. The state's not an inanimate object, so I just don't think it's exactly a good analogy.
All right. Yeah, let's see. I think we got. Sam Hod has put up Is it up to 2.5 million now? Sam Hod has put up 2.5 million for Hassan Piker to fight him. I'd love to hear Dave and Nick's thoughts on this. Let's make it happen. Of course, I support it. I've been retweeting that as much as I can before they kick me off Twitter too, eventually probably. But thoughts, gentlemen? Do you want to weigh in on that possible heavyweight bout? Hassan Piker, Sam Hod.
Yeah, I support it. I want it to happen.
Same.
Yeah, Hassan Piker's just scum. I mean, he's the definition of, if you want to talk about the state, the state manipulating the market. The only reason that he's the biggest guy on Twitch is because they literally banned everybody else. They banned, in particular, every other entertaining white guy. So all they have is like a white passing Turk, who's a beneficiary of nepotism, right? Who can make some edgy bread tube jokes. I mean, that's the only reason he's a big deal.
I understand what you're saying, man, but like that's just still not enough to explain how he is as big as he is, and it baffles my mind. I find it fascinating. He's made a couple videos about me, and like I've responded to him and stuff, and like you'll watch his videos and be like, it's not just that he's that dumb, but it's like, and I know that's just almost like a lame insult, but you're like, dude, this is like fucking retarded. Like I can't believe this is actually coming out of your mouth with this like. Owns you with that one, and the fact that people are actually like, the fact that there are actually people out there who listen to that and go, "Yep, he just killed it on that." Is it's baffling to me. It makes me feel like old and just disconnected from what the hell is going on in the world, which I guess is appropriate. Maybe I should feel that way, but I don't know. I do not understand how that's real.
Let's see. King Bobo says, real serious question for Dave Smith. When are you going to invite Nick onto the Legion of Skanks podcast? I think it would be pretty good on the show. Oh, wait, on the Who's Most Justified segment. Sorry.
He would probably have a lot of fun on that. If Nick's out in New York, let me know. We'll set it up.
Sure. Yeah, I'll do it.
That would be awesome.
Connections here.
Was he ever on the... Nick Fuentes, Legion of Skanks. I don't think he was.
To do. I think that's most of the questions. I'll go back through and read some of these comments too. Now we still have to do, final statements here. I did see one super chat. What did this one say? Great debate. I kind of forgot you were even moderating until you started reading super chats. That's exactly what I like to hear, honestly, because you want to hear the participants talk in all honesty, and you maybe interject a little bit here and there. But the best debates, I feel like. Other than just the complete shit flinging, those can be fun too, right? But the ones that are, that bring the most nourishment to your mind, I feel like are like this, at least on my show. We still like the shit shows too, though, for sure. And so thank you, Jutski. I appreciate that. Now, who started off? I forgot actually, because was it Nick? I can't remember who started the show.
I think Dave started.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll let you start here, and then Nick will get the last word.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for doing this. I enjoyed it, and this was kind of the.
Hello.
Hello.
more or less kind of how I thought things would go, but it was interesting to get into some of this stuff. I think that there's a good conversation, and I'm sure both of our camps are going to claim victory or something like that. But I think in reality, we kind of like we see the world in
I don't really even think that it was like that much of a debate in a way, you know.
ways, but we have a lot of the same mutual enemies, and a lot of the same complaints about the current state, the current culture, and the current regime. And I think that I will say that I think libertarians in general, and in the camp of libertarians that I'm in, I think there's a more recognition of this, but I think there is a very valuable cultural lesson to be learned from conservatives, and that there is something to, higher time preference behaviors, and behaviors that, are good for future generations, and that is not celebrating things like degeneracy and sex work and drug use and things like that. However you feel about what the laws against those things should be, that they shouldn't be celebrated, and we should try to push towards somewhat of a more traditional culture, where at least like kids are raised with stable families and aren't like bombarded with garbage everywhere. And anyway, I think libertarians in general have a little bit of a weakness in that area, and they could improve on that. I think that conservatives, and particularly like right-wingers and the new right, have a real weakness when it comes to understanding economics and the role of the state, and I think they should improve in that area. So I do again say that I think that that in many ways our groups can learn from each other and hopefully make each other better.
I don't understand why Pink hasn't gone into Australia.
Because it came up a bit during this, is that I think that this movement, or whatever the kind of Groyper thing is turned into, or whatever, it's powerful because it's got a lot of energy, and it's powerful because Nick is a very charismatic guy and a very talented broadcaster. And I will admit that I really get a kick out of a lot of, as I said earlier, out of how hysterical it makes so many of the wrong people. But I do think that that stuff also comes with limitations, and that at a certain point it plays into your enemy's hands, and it makes you guys very easy to demonize. And I would say that I think part of the reason why it is so easy, to put you guys in the crosshairs is not just because you're more of a threat to the system, but because you kind of put yourselves in that position. I think that the reason why so many people, as Nick pointed out earlier in the debate, talk about, all of these kind of phony people who get this money from billionaires and stuff, where they talk about limited government and individual freedom and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and all of this stuff, is because deeply embedded in the American identity are people who think that's what we're supposed to stand for. That's what we're supposed to be. They believe, it's not just boomer cons. Like kind of across the political spectrum, basically everything outside of like the far left, that, nuts, which aren't actually that many people. I think people kind of believe that, yeah, that is the American spirit, that is the American legal tradition, and that's what we're supposed to be. And the idea of like white identity and stuff like that has been so baked into people's heads that like, no, that's like some evil shit that we don't want. And I don't think, I tend to agree with that. I don't really think that's what we want. I think that racialism in general is poisonous. I think that this is what's been such a disaster, that it's been embraced. Now, the thing that I think is crazy is that it's like, and this is where the other libertarians who insist I denounce Nick Fuentes, the reason why I won't bend the knee to them is because it's like, oh, really, if you're so appalled by racialists, or, well, okay, so the entire political apparatus, the entire corporate press, every university in all of Hollywood are racialists. So why is it that we have to pick this one, like, kid and I must denounce him? It just seems very selective and kind of bullshit. But I would say that I think that most of the answers to the problems that we're facing with today is to get the government to stop doing the evil shit that it's doing. And I think if you really think it through, even Nick kind of agrees with me on that. That at least for now, we want the government to stop doing the evil shit that it's doing. How we achieve that, maybe we can talk about more on some other show. But anyway, I'll wrap on that. And thanks again to everybody for doing this.
Thank you so much for joining us. Much appreciated your debut appearance on the Kill Stream. I hope you felt like it was worthwhile and a good appearance. Mr. Fuentes, you go ahead and give your feedback.
Sure. So, yeah, of course, thanks everybody involved. Thank you, Ethan, Ralph, for hosting this. Thanks for people watching. Of course, Dave, thanks for being here. I gotta say, Dave, I thought it was a good conversation. I thought that was a lot of fun. I thought it was
Thank you,
interesting.
baby.
It was civil. And, you know, like I said at the beginning, I respect you. I think you're brilliant. I think, you know, like you said earlier, you're very well read. You know, I consider myself more or less well read, and you know, that's an important thing. So when I talk to you, I feel like I'm talking to a reasonable person. Like a lot of libertarians, moment has passed, but I think if anybody knows how libertarianism is going to win, how liberty's going to win, it's going to be with you. Because, you know, like I said, I was a libertarian for 5 or 6 years, and you know, when I hear you talk, it reminds me of sort of why I felt the way I did. It's not your usual libertarian
There we
stuff.
go.
Your positions are well thought out, so it's always a pleasure talking to you, and I appreciate you being cool enough to be here, not disavowing and everything. You know, real recognizes real. It's a very important concept. So I know everyone here appreciates you just for being here and for being cool. But as far as the subject matter, you know, what is going on is that there are significant problems which are everywhere. I mean, where to even begin? There's no shortage of major, nearly irreversible problems that are going on. But there's also another problem, which is that we're not making any progress. It feels that way. It feels like for decades and decades, things have just gotten worse and worse. And no matter how much money is raised by so-called conservatives, no matter how much is done, it never gets any better. And this is really the time that I was born into in this Trump era, now this post-Trump era. And it's not simply just about recognizing the problems, but to begin to come up with practical ideas about how to break through. And, you know, from my perspective, what's axiomatic is we have to do what hasn't been done before. If what we did before didn't work, and there's a 0% chance of it succeeding, then we've got to try something else. And maybe that will have a non-zero chance at succeeding. And so, you know, I took a look in college at some of these ideas, the propositionally negative non-aggression principle and this liberty stuff. To me, just came up a little bit short. This standing athwart history and yelling stop, to me, came across as impotent. The kinds of things that conservatives say are uninspiring and dead. I think that, you know, the American founding was about a lot more than freedom, and I would say that as far as 2021 goes, I don't think people want freedom. I don't think it's the number one thing they want. I don't think it's what they need. I don't think it's the number one thing they need. I think that if anything, what we found out in the past 30 years is that what people need and what people want right now is meaning. They want meaning in their lives. And politics gives us meaning in a sense because in politics we're forced to take moral stands and we're forced to understand, you know, what we believe in and what we don't believe in, and it tends to be on things that matter: religion, philosophy, politics. And so, you know, what the Groyper movement seeks to do, even though we're young, is to sort of do something meaningful, do something inspiring, do something that's propositionally positive, create a grand vision for our country that will give our lives meaning. And in the end, as a consequence, we are going to do something that will change the world and solve the problems that we have. Not create a utopia, but put in power people that think similarly to us. But yeah, if anything, I guess to summarize, what we want is meaning, and what we need is order. And if liberty comes as a consequence of that, if liberty is pursuant to that, then I think that people would like liberty. But I don't think that anybody looks around today and says that the number one problem they have is a deficit of freedom. It's a deficit of a lot of other things. So that's my closing statement. But yeah, thanks again, everybody. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, and real quick before we go, Dave, tell people where to find you, and then I'll let Nick do the same, because I don't think I actually reminded you guys to do that. For people who might just hear the podcast on a whim or whatever, tell people where they can find you, Dave.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's still on Twitter for now, at Comic Dave Smith, and my podcast is Part of the Problem. And yeah, you can get there wherever.
All right, I think I take North America again.
All right, awesome. And Nick, you too.
think that's
I'm
the
at
move.
cozy.tv/Nick, and I'm on the air every Monday through Friday at 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern Time.
That is awesome, gentlemen. Thank you both very much on behalf of the Kill Stream and myself personally. I loved it, and thank you. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you both.
Thank you. Same to you guys.
Yes, thanks. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Good night.
Good night.
All right, now let me switch over here. Boy, now that was good. I really enjoyed that. I hope everybody else feels the same. We got some super chats. I didn't read them all. I was trying to just go through the questions.
All right. I think I'm aligned with everyone. That's good. That means that's probably a good lobby. Let's see what this bitch has to say.
I'm working on this new case. A missing scientist. Frozen solid. I've seen that before. Years ago. The Night Country. It takes us one by one.
This is my daughter, Aya. She said to me why we have to move. When we get back to our home, I don't have the answer. My experience for myself and my family, I evacuated 9 times. Our kids, and each time they woke up from their sleeping, they don't understand why we have to move. There is no available food, drinking water.
A new government report estimates a record number of Americans are experiencing homelessness.
Can you be held criminally liable for a scenario that you can't avoid, i.e. living in an area where there aren't any other options other than living on the streets?
Supreme Court is going to weigh in on whether local officials can legally ban people from camping in public spaces.
The petition filed Tuesday asks SCOTUS to reverse a 2018 Ninth Circuit Court ruling, which specifically prohibits states and cities from outlawing urban and homeless encampments unless the community has enough shelter beds to house those who need it.
Last month, the Supreme Court announced that it'll be hearing a case in April that will have serious lasting impacts on the way that cities across the country manage the current homelessness crisis. The announcement about Grants Pass v. Johnson flew largely under the radar, but its implications are widespread and could have devastating consequences for people experiencing homelessness from LA to New York City and everywhere in between. But Grants Pass is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the ways in which we regulate homelessness in this country. Instead of passing laws that provide support to people clearly in a housing crisis, municipalities, states, and federal agencies pass regulations that largely criminalize an entire population for not being able to find housing. This criminalization then pushes them further into the periphery of society. But it's a crisis that's become impossible to ignore, not only in large coastal cities, but also here in the Midwest and even in rural parts of the country as well. As cities begin to buckle under the weight of the homelessness crisis, they're turning to ever more draconian measures, not to try to help the people who need it most, but instead to more effectively brush them under the rug.
It's crazy because there's even like a homeless crisis in Montana now.
So they're easier to ignore. If Trump wins in November, he's suggested sending the homeless to internment camps on land no one wants. Sound familiar? From
That is not what he said.
hostile architecture to outlawing camping, this is how the United States criminalizes homelessness. Thank you to Factor for partnering with me on today's video. I've been trying to hit the gym lately, and I have to meal plan every week so that I can keep on track with my goals, but meal planning is really hard, and Factor makes it way easier. They deliver fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your doorstep. And they have a team of gourmet chefs, so that when you order Factor, that means you also have a team of gourmet chefs. That's so fancy. You'll have over 35 different options to choose from every week, including keto, vegetarian, and more, so you can easily plan your meals no matter your goals. I recently tried this cheesy garden herb chicken, and it was creamy and delicious. They also have breakfast, snacks, smoothies, and these delicious little wellness shots, so they have you covered for every meal of the day. And there's no prep and no mess, and I have ADHD, and so I need that very much. Thank you. Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code LEGIA50 to get 50% off your first box and free wellness shots for life. You get 2 free wellness shots from 3 available flavors for every order while you're an active subscriber. Fun! Thanks, Factor. The city of Grants Pass, Oregon is home to approximately 38,000 residents, 600 of whom are unhoused. This number exceeds the available shelter beds in the small town, requiring some people to sleep on the streets or in parks. But the Grants Pass Municipal Code bars them from doing so, including anti-sleeping and anti-camping ordinances that apply civil fines against anyone in violation of the law. If left unpaid, those fines can turn into criminal penalties. The case coming before the Supreme Court in Grants Pass v. Johnson is a class action lawsuit brought to challenge the constitutionality of the Grants Pass Municipal Code. And this isn't a novel legal concept, it's squarely based on established case law set in September 2018 when the Ninth Circuit decided in Martin v. City of Boise that the Eighth Amendment prohibits the imposition of criminal penalties for sitting, sleeping, or lying outside on public property for homeless individuals who cannot obtain shelter. The Eighth Amendment, as a reminder, protects against cruel and unusual punishment. The argument being that if a city does not have the appropriate number of shelter beds for people experiencing homelessness, then punishing them for doing the things necessary for sustaining life, like sleeping, is cruel and unusual punishment. The Ninth Circuit found in favor of the class of involuntarily unhoused people in Grants Pass v. Johnson, and now the Supreme Court has decided to hear the case to make a final decision. A surprising choice, given that the Supreme Court typically prefers hearing cases regarding issues that the circuit courts are split over. There is no disagreement among the circuits on this issue, and many decisions in other parts of the country have been based in agreement on the original Martin v. Boise decision from 2018. The Supreme Court may side with the Ninth Circuit and agree that banning people from publicly doing the activities necessary for sustaining life while offering them no means by which to do so privately, aka shelter beds, violates their constitutional right to be free from cruel and unusual punishment. The Boise decision was narrowly tailored to apply only to individuals experiencing involuntary homelessness, doing those activities necessary to sustain life, and only in situations where there are no shelter beds available. So if someone is camping in the park and has a house, or there are shelter beds available for them, they wouldn't be protected. But detractors argue that this is not a constitutional issue at all. This should be left to the states to decide how to manage the homeless population, and the Eighth Amendment doesn't apply here. They also argue that people who can't find shelter beds could just leave and go elsewhere. They're not trapped in the city, so there's nothing cruel or unusual about it. They need to just buck up and go somewhere else. As you'll see as we discuss the issue of criminalizing homelessness, the theme of just making people go away is prevalent in all of the so-called solutions proposed by those outside of the community who actually serve this population. One reason why the Supreme Court likely agreed to take this issue up is because of the number of cities, including nominally liberal ones, who are asking them to get rid of these restrictions. Some judges argue too that Boise and now Grants Pass have tied the hands of city officials who are trying to manage a growing homelessness problem. Though I have yet to see a compelling argument as to how barring people from existing in public while unhoused is actually an effective way to fix the problem. But that's the thing. Cities aren't trying to fix the problem, they're trying to make it go away by any means necessary. A Supreme Court decision in favor of Grants Pass, one that says it's not unconstitutional to ban people from camping or sleeping in public, would open the door for increased policing of unhoused individuals and destruction of encampments that have sprung up in response to the desperate need for housing. It could also open the door for cities to forcibly remove involuntarily unhoused people to designated areas or forcibly send them to substance use or psychiatric treatment programs against their will. This has profound implications for a community of people who are already vulnerable and whose ranks have been growing steadily in recent years. A report issued at the end of 2023 indicated that there had been a 12% increase in homelessness since 2022. A reported 653,000 people were homeless, the highest number since the country began recording in 2007. Prior to COVID, homelessness had been on a gradual decline across the country. In 2021 and 2022, homelessness levels generally flattened as people benefited from COVID relief measures like moratoriums on evictions and pauses on student loan debt. But in 2023, those moratoriums lifted, the pauses stopped, and the devastation that had been staved off by government programs accelerated at jarring speeds. The combination of lost income, backlogs of owed rent, and a lack of government foresight led to a surge of people ending up on the streets. And much of the increase was in people becoming homeless for the very first time in their lives. And we'll get into the housing shortage, but increase in housing costs combined with severe inflation means that literally half of all renters, 22.4 million households, can't technically afford their rent under the accepted standard that paying more than 30% of your income on rent renders that rent technically unaffordable. Add to that the fact that fully 63% of working adults say they wouldn't be able to cover a $500 emergency. And you have an unprecedented portion of the population that, if they aren't already homeless, are one emergency or missed paycheck away from being there. And the numbers only tell a very small portion of the reality of the housing crisis. Not only is it extremely difficult to pinpoint the exact number of people out on the streets every night due to the transient nature of their existence, the number of people sleeping in the streets or in shelters is only a small portion of the people in the United States who don't have a home to go to. People who are living in motels or are couch surfing in the homes of friends and family aren't considered homeless. And often people will stay on the street until they can save up enough to spend a night in a motel, and then they're back on the streets again. Often parents will live in shelters and on the streets while their unhoused children stay with friends and family. The nature of the homelessness problem is incredibly complex, and each person experiencing homelessness is trying to survive using whatever means necessary, making them hard to trace. And the cycle is incredibly difficult to break. Someone sleeping on the street, in their friend's living room, in a hotel they can't afford, they have to constantly be thinking about where they'll get their next meal and how they'll get a hold of some money to find a place to stay the next night. They also are often vulnerable to attack and assault, both when living on the street, but also if they're in abusive situations that they can't leave for fear of ending up on the street. Sleeping in a car or on a couch provides little comfort, making it hard to function day to day. The cost of the rental unit alone needed to store their belongings after losing their home can become insurmountable. When you live on the street, where do you store your clothes so you can look clean and presentable if you do have a job? How can you show up to work and be effective if you don't know where you're going to sleep that night? How can you get a job to begin with if you haven't had access to a shower in a month? Children living in these situations often struggle with school and interpersonal relationships because of the lack of housing stability. The draw of semi-permanent encampments for unhoused people is the relative stability that those encampments provide. A place to return to every night that provides shelter. A community of people who don't shame you for not having housing. And often access to resources from community groups who are able to set up facilities within the encampments. Encampments can also be unsafe, and sleeping in a tent doesn't provide the security that sleeping behind a locked door can provide, but they offer a sense of stability that other options, including temporary shelters, can't. The reality, of course, is that a tent isn't a home, and encampments aren't or shouldn't be a permanent solution to the crisis we're currently facing. But the reason that encampments have been popping up in cities across the country is because they're often the best option among a slew of bad options. And when cities spend time and resources to demolish these encampments instead of addressing the underlying problems, they're not just making it go away. The tents will continue to pop up in other places until we actually do something about this already. And when you look at this cycle of homelessness, where it can be incredibly difficult to come back from becoming homeless because the hardships often snowball beyond one person's control, you can imagine the additional strain that criminalization would add to an already horrible situation. Not only do you have the cost of a rental unit to hold your personal items until you can get back on your feet, but now you have a fine to pay because you broke the city ordinance against sleeping outside. You can't pay that fine, so it becomes a criminal penalty. Now you have a criminal record, making it even more difficult to find a job or rent an apartment because of mandatory background checks. Criminalization is the exacerbation of an already horrible problem, and that is why attorneys for the plaintiffs in Grants Pass v. Johnson are arguing that these ordinances amount to cruel and unusual punishment. It's the ultimate salt in the wound, kicking people when they're already down. The way that we treat people experiencing homelessness is inhumane, and I think one day we will look back on their treatment aghast at how society could ever be so cruel and draconian. Unfortunately, we're not at that day yet, and in fact, we have made very little progress in the centuries since industrialization pushed people into cities and created modern-day homelessness as we know it. Criminalization of homelessness has existed at the state level for centuries. Victorian-era vagrancy laws were written so broadly that they were applied to generally any behavior that a cop in that moment might deem suspicious or offensive. They included having no visible lawful means of support, begging, consorting, and occupying public places at night without a lawful excuse. This also included the criminalization of sex work and of cross-dressing, or generally seeming a little too big for comfort. Debtors' prisons were a common way to herd poor people
Criminalizing
into cells until their debts were
cross-dressing?
repaid.
based?
Victorian-era vagrancy laws gave way to Jim Crow laws at the turn of the 20th century, criminalizing black people for generally existing in a way that a white person at any given moment may decide they didn't like. And indeed, to this day, the criminalization of homelessness is aimed at BIPOC and LGBTQ communities at rates that far surpass the white heteronormative homeless community. However, with the onset of the Great Depression and the commencement of World War II, as part of the New Deal, the government financed the aggressive construction of homes to combat a lack of housing, and the Federal Housing and Urban Development Agency was later founded during the administration of Lyndon B. Johnson to build and rehabilitate millions of housing units. Of course, due to racist zoning laws, restrictive covenants, and federally mandated racist apportionment of government housing resources during and after the New Deal, many of the most vulnerable people still didn't receive much of these benefits. But at the very least, the federal government took some role and responsibility in addressing housing and the housing shortages in this country. And then one man came along, and he saw what HUD was doing, and he saw the prosperity of post-World War II years, and
Wow.
he said, hold my fucking beer. And that man was Ronald fucking Reagan. So by now we already know about Reaganomics. Lower taxes on the rich, and the resulting riches will trickle down to the masses. We also know that's a crock of shit. And this was just a piece of Reagan's overall economic plan, which involved drastic deregulation, decentralization, and privatization of massive industries that he decided were no longer the government's business. His policies did away with decades of government programs in the New Deal era that were meant to provide safety nets for more vulnerable populations. This meant an increase in poverty and a resulting increase in homelessness. His housing policy involved providing tax subsidies to underwrite the housing costs of rich people and the privatization of low-income housing development. Turning the low-income housing development over to the private sector was of course a non-solution, and he and his people knew it. There is little if any incentive in the private market to provide low-income housing. There is more money in housing the rich than in housing the poor. And this is basic economics 101. In a perfect free market, as demand goes up, the supply should also naturally go up as well. But demand is not the same thing as need. There is a huge need for affordable housing. But for the free market to work, there must be demand, which is backed up by cash. Poor people don't have cash, so the market doesn't give a fuck about their needs. Their needs don't register in supply and
Poor
demand
people don't have
because
cash.
the market doesn't respond to anything that isn't backed up by cash. It's the literal reason why we need a government that protects the needs of the people that the free market leaves behind. Because of this ill-informed policy to privatize affordable housing, the federal government went from decades of direct intervention into the housing market to provide adequate supplies for Americans to washing its hands of managing housing altogether. And it's held that stance ever since, leaving the development of housing in the hands of private enterprise and pretending that there's no precedent for the government to get involved. And Reagan's stance on the homeless population was similar to his adoption and promotion of the idea of welfare queens. It's their fault, not ours. At one press conference, he made this stance abundantly clear when he said that homeless people are, well, we might say, homeless by choice.
Probably the most common question that I'm asked as a professor at Hillsdale is, what happened to my country? You know, when they poll Americans, they find that a vast majority don't think the world is going to be a better place for their own children. In this course, we're going to look at who the mid-century liberals were and the changes that they introduced into American society. We're also going to look at the radicals, the counter.
Along with this stance came a dramatic decline in HUD funding levels for subsidized housing assistance from $26.6 billion in 1980 to a paltry $7.4 billion in 1989. And by putting the power of housing development squarely in the hands of the under-regulated free market, Reagan opened the door on issues we're still seeing today, especially in the rapid gentrification of areas previously home to low-income households. That, combined with car-dependent city and suburban planning, means that low-income people are forced further and further outside of city centers to find affordable housing, requiring a working vehicle in order to then commute back into the cities that they've been priced out of in order to find work. When this isn't feasible for any number of reasons, and the people for whom housing has become unaffordable become homeless, they are then told by Reagan and every federal and local official since to just go somewhere else. And now the culmination of 40 years of housing privatization, compounded by the financial crisis of 2008, from which we learned very few lessons about the dangers of letting the free market run wild and toy with the homes and livelihoods of low-income Americans, has come to a head, spurred on by the destabilization across society that the COVID pandemic caused. Now we're seeing the massive stockpiling of land and properties by a handful of giant private investment companies whose short-sighted tactics include buying up apartment complexes, cutting corners, and raising rents, and then turning around and reselling selling at a profit, claiming they've improved the profitability of the building, when in reality they simply put people out of a home while making their notably shittier buildings more
He goes
expensive
to
to
kill
rent.
Purple.
But when those people then try to rent outside of
does
the
he?
city, surprise, those investment firms have bought up townhomes and single-family houses too. So the rent is too damn high no matter where you turn, resulting in the current situation where literally 50% of the renting population is paying over 30% of their income in rent if they can even afford it at all. Not to mention the Airbnb bros who buy up properties to flip as Airbnbs, turning what was once meant to be a charming way to rent space from a local into yet another dystopian late-stage capitalism garbage bucket hellhole filled with poorly maintained, scammy listings that once again profit from low-income people who are just trying to travel on a budget. And while the homelessness crisis is complex and multifaceted, and everyone has a different story that can't be fixed by one band-aid solution, including unaddressed trauma, cycles of abuse and poverty, mental health and substance abuse issues, the number one obstacle to solving the homelessness crisis in America is a lack of affordable housing. Full stop. People are generally not homeless by choice. This is not a crisis of people out on the streets because they don't feel like working. There are many homeless people who are actively working, some of them more than one job, and they still can't afford the rent prices on top of the other associated costs with renting a home, like first and last month's rent and a security deposit. When I lived in Boston, I paid $2,000 per
hope
month
that
for a
he doesn't
two-bedroom
make
in
it
the
in
most
time.
affordable neighborhood I could find that was also a reasonable commute to my law school. I split the cost with a roommate, but with the required first month, last month, security deposit, and broker's fee, we had to come up with $8,000 just to get into our shitty apartment. And $2,000 a month is incredibly affordable in Boston. This was 7 years ago, so Lord knows that same place is probably going for at least $2,500 a month now in Roxbury. And so these growing prices and dwindling affordable housing options means that we have reached a fever pitch where now local governments, not only in LA and New York, where a large portion of the homeless
I was gonna
population
kill them,
lives,
but
also
he
in
beat me
small
to
rural
it.
towns where homelessness is a newer issue, are feeling immense pressure to fix the homelessness problem in their cities. And they say, well, building affordable housing and shelter space takes too long, so we need other options. And those options are punishing homeless people for being homeless. The idea being that a tough love approach is the best way to get people to get their shit together and just stop being homeless already. And I love this idea of a tough love approach because we only ever apply that to poor people. You could argue that the Ninth Circuit rulings in Boise and Grants Pass requiring cities to come up with a better solution than just criminalizing the shit out of their homeless people is also tough love. You should have seen this housing shortage crisis coming from a mile away. It's been mounting for 40 years. Maybe get your shit together and figure it out, or face steep fines and penalties. It's just a little tough love. Bootstrap yourselves already. But no, instead, local governments have developed an impressive playbook of varying ways to control, demean, and destroy homeless people in the hope that they'll just go away already. This includes destroying homeless encampments with little notice and before securing any alternative shelter for the people living inside, arresting anyone who interferes. Here in Minneapolis, they like to then place giant cement blocks in the encampment area so that no one can come back. This is happening across the country from LA to Minneapolis to DC, and flattening these encampments is a short-term solution that city councils are using to try to appease the many angry residents who also just want homeless people to go away already. A Washington Post poll found that 75% of local DC residents backed shutting encampments down, and many local leaders say that the encampments make people think that nothing is being done about the homelessness problem, so demolishing them is the solution, instead of, I don't know, actually doing something that's a long-term solution and then getting better at communicating to your constituents what it is that you're doing. But that would take planning and foresight. It's much easier to bring in the bulldozers. But local officials do face very real consequences for these encampments. In Phoenix, citations for outdoor camping dropped dramatically after the Boise ruling in 2018, and more than 1,000 people have moved to a downtown encampment called The Zone. Local residents who disapprove of the encampment are suing officials over
I already did.
Meanwhile, a federal judge barred Phoenix from conducting encampment sweeps if there are no available shelter beds. This on top of the fact that voters are heavily influenced by seeing unhoused people on the streets and thinking that their officials aren't doing enough about it. So I can understand the difficult position that city officials are in, but shutting down encampments with no long-term solutions cannot be the answer. This is the tough love for cities. Just figure it out. But fines for sleeping in tents or on sidewalks are not the only way that homeless people are being criminalized in this country, and the other ways are a bit less obvious. For example, the United States is notably devoid of adequate public restrooms. There are only 8 per 100,000 people, the same number as in Botswana. Iceland leads the pack with 56 toilets per 100,000 people. Sleeping is necessary to sustain life, but so is using the restroom. It's a basic need, some would argue a basic human right, to use the bathroom with dignity. When you don't have a home, that becomes impossible, and relieving yourself on public streets is usually a chargeable offense and can even lead to indecent exposure charges that land you on the sex offender registry. And COVID only made matters worse as the few public restrooms that were available were closed to prevent the spread of disease. And ironically, because of this lack of access to clean facilities, other diseases can run rampant, especially in encampments, like hepatitis A, which is spread through fecal matter. Poor sanitation policies tend to cost much, much more than just installing public toilets, requiring cities to spend tax dollars on everything from cleaning the sidewalks to treating disease outbreaks. And criminalizing people who have no other options creates further hurdles for them to claw their way out of their situation. Other methods of controlling and policing homelessness are less obvious than arrest and relocation. For centuries, urban design has been used to covertly control people, including the homeless population. For example, in Paris in the 1800s, city officials widened the traditionally narrow streets in order to allow the military more space to quash protests. In New York, the Long Island Southern State Parkway was strategically designed to pass under low stone bridges so that buses could never pass under them, making it more difficult for people who relied on public transportation, poor people, to visit the beaches that wealthier car owners could visit. Extremely bright lights in urban areas are designed to prevent crime and prevent homeless people from sleeping there. The LA Metro subway station blares classical music at all times to discourage people from sleeping or congregating inside the station. And then there's hostile architecture, design meant to discourage loitering and public sleeping. The most common form of hostile architecture you see is in strategically designed benches. Those include slanted benches or leaning benches, benches so high that your legs hang off of them, making them uncomfortable to sit in for long, segmented benches or benches with armrests, curved benches, benches that lock, tiered benches, or the infamous Camden bench, designed so that the only comfortable way to use them is to sit on them. Other examples of hostile architecture include rocky or uneven pavement, street or doorway spikes, some of which are retractable, purposely created gaps in awnings so it's hard to find shelter underneath, barred corners, raised and spiked grate covers so someone can't lie on the grate and get heat from the subway below, fenced grate covers, boulders under bridges, graded or spiked pavement under highway overpasses, fences under overpasses, and strategically placed sprinklers. And the greatest irony is that these designs cost taxpayers tons of money that could be going towards actually helping homeless people. New York City's Metro Transit Authority spent $74 million installing leaning bars. Seattle spent $1.1 million to fence off the Spokane Street Viaduct. Miami spent $350,000 for 53 solar-powered lights to brightly illuminate a park all night even though it closes at sunset. Spokane, Washington spent $150,000 to install rocks in an underpass, and San Diego spent $57,000 to do the same. Design, lighting, and architecture are used to build an environment hostile to people experiencing homelessness, just like every other part of our society is designed to be hostile to them as well. And it's not just the unhoused population that's being criminalized. Those trying to assist them also face criminal punishment. Many cities, including, for example, Houston, have created charitable feeding ordinances, which penalize the distribution of food. In 2014, a 90-year-old World War II veteran in Fort Lauderdale named Chef Arnold was arrested for serving meals in a public park, something he'd been doing for nearly 2 decades. Between 2013 and 2016, 26 cities passed food-sharing bans, and now advocates estimate that around 70 cities across the country have banned food sharing. City officials cite concerns over sanitation and public health, and instead of working with groups trying to solve the homelessness problem for them, cities are criminalizing their activities. Sanitation, safety, and public health are worthy causes to be concerned about, but criminalizing these activities instead of solving the reasons behind why people need to seek out free food to begin with, or defecate in public, or sleep on the streets, is short-sighted and immoral.
Quite scandalous.
Oh my God!
Yes, I will.
Everybody get up!
I need a fire breather.
Hot mama.
Can you knock on the table for us?
Don't believe you.
Seriously.
Seriously, don't believe you.
Got me feeling good.
Oh, wow. You have our attention.
It doesn't make any sense.
What'd you find?
All of these books are under $5 at thriftbooks.com.
And of course, where policies are short-sighted and immoral, you're likely to find conservative actors lining up to receive donations from the wealthy interests who benefit from those horrible policy solutions. Like I said, even nominally liberal cities are turning to draconian measures to police people experiencing homelessness in their communities. But you better bet the laws and policies are being shaped and developed by conservative actors. First, let's talk about housing. There isn't enough of it, and the housing that exists is being bought up by major investors who can turn around and make a profit off the rents they keep raising. Want to know the top spender of lobbying dollars in Washington in both 2020 and 2022 election cycles? The National Association of Realtors. They've had their lobbying fingies in every attempted housing reform bill to hit Congress for years. And then there's the think tanks. The Cicero Institution is an Austin-based organization whose model laws push for criminalization of sleeping on public land and have been adopted in at least half a dozen states. The Goldwater Institute, another conservative think tank, filed a brief in support of the plaintiffs suing Phoenix over the zone encampment. And these measures by theoretically academic think tanks further legitimize statements made by Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump, both of whom have proposed moving unhoused people to camps and tent cities outside of towns on inexpensive land. Another term for that is internment camps. Last I checked, we had collectively decided that those are bad. And meanwhile, Congress has done nothing. It hasn't increased HUD's budget, it hasn't attempted to regulate predatory landlords or end the monopoly that a few companies have on our housing, it hasn't attempted to increase access to housing vouchers, and it hasn't passed legislation to protect children from hunger and eviction. It doesn't even have a goal to do any of these things. Part of this has to do with underfunding. It also has to do with powerful lobbying interests buying out our politicians. But it also has to do with our collective dehumanization of people experiencing homelessness and the general nature with which we as a society view homelessness. The criminalization of homelessness is the go-to policy solution and has been for centuries because homelessness is fundamentally understood as a problem of deviant, criminal, individual behavior, not as a problem with society at large. We see individuals as responsible for their homelessness, hence the Reagan line that people are homeless by choice. We think they didn't plan ahead, they didn't manage their money responsibly, they likely have drug addiction problems, which is also their fault, and therefore they're on the streets because of their own bad criminal behavior. Reminder again that 63% of working adults say they couldn't handle a $500 emergency. There's not much standing between being housed and being homeless for a huge portion of people in this country. Does it really make sense to blame that on individual inability to save properly or work hard enough? Or at this scale, should we maybe start to question whether the system itself is fucked? But that's not really how we jive on anything criminal or crime adjacent in this country. Everything is an individual's problem. You're homeless because you're lazy or addicted to drugs. If you're in prison, that means you're a criminal, branded for life, incapable of rehabilitation. You're a bad person. That couldn't be me. Once again, this plays into the idea that America is full of people who think they're temporarily embarrassed millionaires, when in reality, most of us are one mistake or emergency away from financial ruin. And this affects how our elected officials govern because of their own biases, yes, but it also affects how they govern because the general public holds those biases as well. Again, 75% of DC residents are in favor of getting rid of homeless encampments. We want problems to go away, and we assume that homeless individuals pose a serious risk to our own safety. This despite the fact that studies have shown that people experiencing homelessness are no more likely to engage in criminal activities than a housed person, except for breaking laws that criminalize their very existence in public. And in fact, people without shelter are at increased risk of being the victims of violent crimes themselves. But this pervasive
I think
myth
that
that
they have a 10
unhoused
trade.
person is inherently dangerous means that their criminalization is generally supported by the public at large. Not to mention the fact that visible homelessness affects the aesthetics of a city, which can depress property values. So powerful interests are pushing elected officials to make the problem disappear. Not to fix it, but to once again make the homeless people just go somewhere else. And so instead of addressing systemic deficiencies that lead to homelessness, specifically the lack of affordable housing, the blame is shifted to the individuals experiencing homelessness, many of whom have been failed by the system at multiple levels, facing discrimination for their race or gender expression or sexual orientation on top of the stigma, discrimination, and criminalization that comes from not being able to obtain housing.
But the reality is that most states and localities don't have the capacity to fund the mass creation of affordable housing that's needed across the board. Or if they do, they also have very vocal and very powerful critics from within the business and housing development community pushing against regulations that would keep them from making the absolute most amount of money possible, and many wealthy residents are horrified at the idea that low-income or multifamily housing could encroach upon their beautiful undisturbed lives where they get to pretend that these problems don't exist. Very big inconvenience. But the federal government needs to step up as well. This country doesn't have a national housing policy. Because of its limited budget, HUD plays a very minor role in subsidizing housing for low-income people. Much of the work that the federal government does regarding housing affordability happens because of the Treasury Department and a little-known agency called the Federal Housing Finance Agency, which oversees incentives, credits, and subsidies meant to spur the creation of lower-income housing. It doesn't build housing, instead it makes mortgages cheaper and covers part of market rents to incentivize private companies to build more affordable housing. But the agency, which oversees Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, while having more practical authority over the housing market than HUD, doesn't view itself as a housing agency. They aren't sitting up there working on housing access issues. And that's a problem. HUD is basically a joke at this point. It's not much of a housing agency, and it doesn't do much urban development either. The current HUD secretary actively and publicly lobbied Joe Biden to give her a different cabinet position. Before her was Trump's HUD secretary, Ben Carson, a doctor with zero housing experience who repeatedly asked for his own budget to be cut. Most of the little budget HUD does have goes to its voucher programs, also known as Section 8 housing, which covers part of the recipient's rent. The problem is that these vouchers are incredibly difficult to get, and many applicants are stuck on waiting lists for years to get them. Once they do get them, they're often discriminated against by landlords who won't accept the vouchers. Unlike SNAP benefits or Medicaid coverage, which are entitlement programs, meaning that if you qualify, then you're entitled to receive the benefits, Section 8 is not an entitlement program. Most qualifying families don't get help. For comparison, 41 million Americans receive SNAP benefits. Only 5 million receive a Section 8 voucher. One reason why it's so difficult to regulate housing on a federal level is because land use is the purview of the states. The government can't regulate how states use their own land generally. So where most countries have one standard uniform housing code, the US has a patchwork of different regulations and no way for the national government to come in and create uniform rules. But there is a lot that the federal government could be doing that is within its purview. For example, the child tax credit expansion in 2021, which increased the amount of money a family received to support their children, led to a 46% decline in the child poverty rate in the US. Since that tax credit expired, child poverty is now higher than pre-pandemic levels. Tax credits like that, or the low-income housing tax credit, are powerful ways that the federal government can put money in the hands of people experiencing housing insecurity. The government could also direct more money to states experiencing high housing costs. It could also make Section 8 housing vouchers an entitlement program, so those who qualify actually receive it. The government could also fast-track skilled immigration to increase the number of construction workers available to build these houses. HUD could actually act like the policy expert it's meant to be by advising state and local governments on how to increase their housing supply, and by monitoring the innovative experimentation that's happening in some municipalities to see what works and expand that knowledge to other localities. No agency is doing this kind of work, and that's largely because the federal government doesn't see the housing crisis as the federal government's responsibility. Because of Reagan-era policies, but also because, say it with me, money and politics. Because the National Realtors Association and other powerful lobbying groups, they understand the power that Washington has in controlling housing development and policy. But our politicians are so bought out by big business that any policy attempting to regulate the housing industry is dead on arrival. So we need to get money out of our politics. But in the meantime, there are things that you can do to tangibly help people experiencing homelessness. First, you can donate to shelters in your area that are in desperate need of funding, as well as clothing, food, and personal care items. This video is a fundraiser for Simpson Housing Services, a local nonprofit shelter here in Minneapolis that assists 2,000 people experiencing homelessness every year, including providing emergency shelter and connecting families and individuals to affordable housing. You can donate here if you're able. You can also visit the website of the National Alliance to End Homelessness, which works at a national level to push for policy change. Go to the Take Action section of their website, where you can easily contact your representatives to push for greater funding in the fiscal year 2024 Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Appropriations Bill. You can tell them to support the Housing Access Act as well, and you can sign up for advocacy alerts for bills and ordinances in your own state. The organization Housing Not Handcuffs has a map tracking proposed state laws that would further criminalize homelessness. Learn what's happening locally near you and how you can work to intervene intervene on behalf of the rights of people experiencing homelessness. This is not a problem that's just going to go away with more policing and criminalization. It will take concerted efforts at every level of government to address the systemic failures that have led to this current housing crisis. Thank you to my Patreon community and my YouTube members for supporting the research and work that goes into these videos. Consider checking out my Patreon community or clicking the big join button below to become a member here on YouTube. You'll be supporting my work and getting access to special extra content. You can also get early access to next week's video, exclusive live streams, and so much more. The extra content is the same whether you join as a YouTube member or on Patreon. Your support helps to keep these videos free for everyone and further our mission towards legal and political education for all. Shout out to my newest supporters, as well as supporters in my royal tiers, and a very special shout out to my multi-platinum supporters, Joshua Cole, Thomas Johnson, Sophia Sams, Anthony Giles, and Brett Piantek. Your generosity makes this channel what it is, so thank you. If you liked this video, you'll probably also like my video all about how Trump and the GOP use fear to gain power and control. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hey, Southwest Montana. St. Patrick's Day is just around the corner, and we want everyone to have a good time responsibly.
Zip Beverage, KXLF, the DUI Task Force, and Butte Cares is teaming up with the Butte Silverbow Sheriff's Department to remind everyone that celebrating doesn't mean you have to risk it on the road. Get a ride if you're impaired by either marijuana or alcohol.
Your safety is our top priority. Plan ahead, use a designated driver, or take advantage of free ride options.
Don't drive, get a ride. Your safe choice for a response.
A new government report estimates a record number of Americans are experiencing homelessness.
Can you be held criminally liable for a scenario that you can't avoid, i.e. living...
I want to watch this.
Unless you think that like not liking women participating is like a key aspect of your political movement or project.
Well,
oh, I saw you doing, I tried to listen earlier. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Twitter Spaces trigger the fuck out of me because anytime I try to join on my phone, I tried to join your last one, I got cut off like 3 times because you're DC, so I stopped listening. But seemed like you were going over the Lauren thing. You had some problems.
yeah, you know, so I haven't watched the whole thing yet. It's 3 hours.
Jeez.
Did you watch the whole thing?
The whole thing, start to finish, yeah.
You did?
Yeah, of course. That's free content, baby. I'm a streamer. Yeah. Of course I put somebody else's video on for 3 hours and watch it on my shit. That's what we do here.
I know, yeah, I'm gonna do it too. I'm gonna do it this week, but it's just, that's such a bear to get through, like 3 hours of Lauren Southern.
3 hours of somebody shitting on the right? That sounds like a dream. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's right up your alley, I know. Well, yeah, you know, I just jumped in there because you see Right Wing Watch shitting on her.
No, I or maybe I have. I don't know. It feels like everybody on the right shits on everybody on the right. So I'm sure I've seen it. Or what is it?
Right Wing Watch is like they're like the Huffington Post or whatever. Their job is like to write. Well, Huffington Post has writers like this. Their job is to write about people like me and talk trash or whatever.
Based.
And yeah.
I hope they write about me soon. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, honestly, they might. But so they tweeted about Lauren Southern that she, apparently in the video, she talked about how some guy flew her out to California and then expected her to have sex with him. She was like surprised by that. And so Right Wing Watch was like, hey, you fucking idiot. Like, duh, obviously that's why somebody would pay to fly you out to California and put you up in an Airbnb is because he thought hey, you were going to have sex with him. So I was laughing at that clip. Did you see that tweet? What do you think about that just in general, by the way?
I mean, I think that's a pretty fair experience. I don't think that there's anything that off the wall about it. And it's probably stuff that's worth talking about, no? Like, there's a lot of like kind of weird, scummy, exploitative guys that are trying to like fuck girls and do shit and like promise them things. And depending on how young you are, it's pretty easy to fall for it. You see it happen time and time again, probably in every single industry. I see it happen in my industry in gaming and then in streaming and everything, no?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though, is like, I think if you're a woman, particularly in politics, it, you know, kind of goes without saying. It's like the casting couch type business. Like,
well, yeah, but I think that was the issue that Lauren kind of had, was that like that feels like something that like sleazy, disgusting progressives would do, not conservatives. It seems like conservatives wouldn't be that way. But it seems like this is an issue that doesn't have to do with like left versus right. This is just like an online politics issue. But originally didn't seem to be the case, right?
I think that's just a male-female issue. I think that as long as you'll have males attracted to females and females try to do it's things other than sex, men will try to use those things as a means to an end for sex.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that, but then in that case, you've completely lost the moral high ground as a conservative, which conservatives like to have. Whether you believe it or not, conservatives like to feel like they're the more moral of the like degenerate progressives versus like the family-oriented conservatives. So if you step into that world, especially, I don't know when she started, 18 or 19, if you step into that world hearing that and believing that, then to have that reality shattered, well, now it's like, well, why the fuck would I support conservatives over progressives if they're all just like sleazy scumfucks in their personal life? I think that's a fair observation.
See, the thing is, though, I don't think that there's any loss of the moral high ground, because it's like, you know, we're acknowledging that that's sort of the reality of the dynamic between men and women. Like, I would say that I think nearly everybody that watches Lauren Southern, it's a form of that. Like, I think that people watch Lauren Southern because she's hot. You know, now that she's got all her plastic surgery, I think people watch her because she's hot, not because they think she's so interesting and has like interesting things to say.
I guess it's like even your perspective here, and I probably feel more strongly about this because I come from a gaming background. Like that comment. So like if I go through all of Lauren's stuff, I think earlier in her career when she did stuff with Shoe on Head, there were a couple of like booba outfits. But if you look at like all of her recent stuff, or at least from anything I've seen, maybe there's more stuff that I've missed, but like even on her Instagram, she's never posted like super hot, like nudie shit at all for people to watch her for. And even for girls in gaming, it'll be the same. You'll have like the most like they wear normal clothes or whatever, but there's still guys saying like, well, the only reason anybody watches your shit is because you're hot. And it's like the types of guys saying this are guys that have done nothing. They haven't even left their home country. They have no big projects they've worked on, right? Like meanwhile, she's got at least a few big projects under her belt. Like,
what's the matter with not leaving your home country? Like,
do you think it's kind of weird to just be that dismissive of her work?
No, and I would say about my opinion is that the lack of sort of revealing clothing, I think it is an enhancer. It's like, you ever see The Sopranos? You ever watch that show, The Sopranos?
I've heard of it. I've seen clips. I need to watch it. I haven't, unfortunately, but
you gotta get on top of that. Well, so in the show, Tony Soprano, he's an Italian mobster, and he goes to a therapist who's a girl, and you know, she's like wears business clothes and glasses, and he develops a crush on her. And that's one of the episodes, is he's in love with her, and he says something like, he's going to like this hooker, he's going to this prostitute, he's like, hey, didn't you wear like business clothes? It's sort of like more subtle. So I actually think it's the opposite. I think it's, no, I think that's still part of it. I don't think.
Well, but now you're in a world where you can't win then as a woman, right? If you go on and you wear like huge booba shit, oh, look, she's dressed like a slut. If you go on and you wear like very formal, non-revealing stuff, oh, well, look, she's just trying to like be a mommy dommy. It's like, okay, well, fuck, literally no matter what you do then, like, skeezy guys are just going to claim that like the only reason people watch you is for sex.
Yes, correct. Because
so do you think women should just not participate in politics, or what?
Who do you think you're talking to?
True, I guess. Well, but then in that case, just say that, and then I wouldn't be able to argue with it. If you're just like, I don't think women should be in politics. Okay, fine, Nick. That could be your opinion. That's fine. I don't think a lot of conservative women would like that feeling, but at least like be honest about it. Don't be like, well, it's because the clothes she's wearing might give her the mommy. No, it has nothing to do with what she's wearing. It's the fact she's a woman. Just say that.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
Okay, then base, then do that. Fuck women. Okay, fine. Women, yeah. There
if
you
you
go.
do that again,
Sure,
I'm just
let's
gonna
go.
charge through you.
Yeah, and regardless of what her intention is, like she very well may be like, you know, she thinks that she's out there making political content, you know, whatever. But I think that that's like why her audience watches her. I think regardless of what the intention is, like, I think that people, because the thing is, people could always watch porn. Like, I think that people, you know, watch women doing sports, you know, because you could say the same thing, like, why would like a woman like sportscaster? I guess they were more like revealing stuff than a political person, but it's the same deal. I think that it's all really about men being attracted to women, and it's less about, you know, women, you know, men seeing women having something to offer in the realm of politics. And, you know, and so she's sort of foolish for not understanding that, I guess, or, you know,
I mean, like, yeah, I guess. So now we're hitting at like very fundamental views of like men and women and stuff. And I guess you can have that view, But like, if you're trying to build a big tent conservative movement, you're kind of fucking yourself by at the outset saying that women can't make real contributions to your political movement. Don't you think that's like kind of fucking you? Like, why would you put yourself in that world?
Yeah, you know, I've heard that from people on my side. People are like, you're excluding 50% of the people in the country from your little movement. But here's the thing, Destiny, is that, you know, if we say that women can't do politics, then women not being in our politics is not like a huge loss. You know what I'm saying? And this kind of gets to the point of like, I don't believe in democracy. I don't believe in like, let's get like half the people or even like a plurality or lots of the people. If we get like a smaller percentage of really good, like a really solid demographic cohort, that will be better than if we have more people, you know, or that could be better than having simply more people. It's what kinds of people do you have? You know, like, for example, we have a lot of tech guys. A lot of tech guys are very right-wing. You know, and I don't really want to get into that because that's like a whole different conversation. But there's a lot of like crypto tech people that are very right-wing. A lot of like young, white, savant, autistic types are like some of them obviously very left-wing, but some of them very right-wing. And it's like those are high-impact frags, okay? Or high-impact frags.
Yeah, you can say that, but like look at the type of movement you're building at the end of the day. One, you're gonna have a hard time winning votes if it comes to that point because now you've written off women completely. And two, now you're like even furthering this huge kind of like incel problem or caricature or accurate stereotype of your side because you're literally explicitly excluding women from the movement. Why would you want to do that? What? Or unless you guys are going to become gay, or are you guys like on board with that now, or is it going to be like an army of Dave Rubins that are like, you know what, homies take care of the homies, we blow each other, we don't need women for this shit? Is that like maybe that is the next step of where you guys are headed? But
no. I encourage my people to get married and everything, but the thing is like, you know, you got there with the voting, you know, well, who's going to vote for you? The thing is it sort of matters less that, you know, we have people voting for us on our side than it is that we have the people that they're voting for that are on our side. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, if you look at, like, how power works, it's like, you know, and I've begun to realize this a lot more the more I've read sort of these Straussians, is that saying, and this is something which, you know, I realized recently, saying what you think and saying what you believe actually has very little to do with acquiring power. You know, people like you and I are sort of sincere, forthright people.
Yeah, you're actually taking the Hillary Clinton position, right? The public and the private position, that you've got something you talk about publicly, but privately there's something more you're pushing for. Is essentially what you're saying, yeah? Which is great. She's a shrewd politician. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, you know, because you read Strauss, you read some of these others, and they say, you know, really that there's a disconnect between. And by the way, that's not my philosophy. I'm just saying I read other people, and this is what they say, that you know, going out there and saying like, here's all my beliefs, and this is everything I believe, and this is my sincere whatever. That actually, you know, that sometimes correlates with acquiring power and using power, but the two things really don't have anything to do with each other, because you can really just kind of say whatever you want, acquire power, and then do whatever you want with it. Within reason, of course. Obviously, that's an exaggeration. There's restrictions on there. But it's like, it gets to the idea of, you know, what are we at the end of the day really trying to achieve? We want to change society. How do we do that? Through power. Who wields the power? How is power exercised? And like, those are the kinds of questions we need to ask. And like, convincing half the population to like us or like our ideas actually has very little to do with that conversation about how to acquire and wield.
The thing is that like, for what you want to build politically, I don't think it's necessary that you exclude women. Like, it feels like you're only doing that out of like I don't want to say personal vitriol. I'll find like a nicer way to say that. But like, there's no reason for your side to be like, you know what? Maybe women can make valid political contributions. Like, it's not like you're losing anything doing that. And the potentiality to either increase your viewer base or increase your audience that way, or increase the amount of people that would share your political ideas, seems like it's a no-brainer that would be an upside. Like, why write off all women when you could be more inclusive and arguably lose nothing for it? Unless you think that like, not liking women participating is like a key aspect of your political movement or project.
This case is never going to be solved. We need some answers. Let's do this. You saw something. Finish what you started.
We've moved so far away from the Constitution that in many ways we don't even recognize it. We think that we're becoming more advanced by abandoning the Constitution and adopting something like an administrative state. But what we're in fact doing is becoming more primitive. We are regressing.
The founders were trying to create a regime of liberty, which would be the greatest possible private scope of freedom, while at the same time being based upon the basic moral principles of the natural law and natural rights.
Your rights of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. These are rights that you have because you are a human being. They're not rights that you have because government decides to give them to you. The idea then for just government, and the only reason you would
What the fuck? Why would he do that? Why would you do that? Now you just lost it for both of us. You fucking idiot. Are you stupid or something? What the fuck? Why would you do that? What a dumb cunt. Like, actually. Who does something like that? And now Grain just doesn't know how to finish him off. How to win the game. Ha! Now he loses it for both of us. What a fucking idiot, bro. What an absolute dumbass. Like, how can you be this dumb? You're a fucking idiot. Like, actually. He lost it. What a dumb fuck. He could have at least gotten second if he would have attacked Green first, but no, he decided to attack me. Lose all of his guys. And then it... Wow, what was that?